So, good morning, everyone. How are you? Good. Had a good rest yesterday. Yeah, good to hear. So, this is the second day of the grand finale. I would like to first welcome the students, and also I see some faces, maybe family or friends of the students who are joining us. So, welcome in Barcelona. Welcome to this very special event where the students will present their final product. So, after very hard work for 5 to 6 months in their projects, they finally able to finalize their work and arriving into the milestone of finalizing the Charm U Master. And I also would like to say hello to all the online audience. I think I saw some of the stakeholders who are already joining us online. So we are going to start hopefully on time. But before that, I want the students, everyone basically, to stand up a bit. I have a very short exercise to keep the mood going. So this is going to be maximum 3 minutes, and then we can start the presentation. So please just face your peer. So if you're three, then just make a round. Let's face each other. Someone beside you, say hello. All right, all right. Focus, focus, focus. Yes. So the instruction is intern. Okay, can I get your attention, please? Silent. All right, thank you. So listen to the instruction. So intern, tell each other what are you feeling grateful for today. All right, we can stop now. So stop. Great. One more exercise if you want. If you don't want, that's fine. But tap your peer's shoulder and say, you did great or you will do great today. All right. Thank you so much. You can all sit down. All right. Thank you so much. So, the point of the exercise is that we have to always start the day with positivity. We will always face challenges in our days. There are a lot of uncertainty, but always start the day with feeling grateful and also to share your positivity to the others. Are we ready now for the grand finale day 2? Can I hear sound? Great. That's the spirit that I want. So I would like to give the floor to our moderators for today, Jesus and Clementine. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Welcome again to the second day of the grand finale. Yesterday we began the event with the topic of water. Today we are going to follow it with the topic of food. So it will be a very interesting topic too. Please, I ask the first team to come here. Filippo Calminati. Yes, please. Rachel McCaffrey, hello, Taylor Turisi, and Pablo Weber. Right, so the supervisor of this project was Nandini Gupta from the Trinity College. The external stakeholder is the Airfield Estate, represented by Ibn Hesling, and the second reader was Alexander Bonner. So we can begin the section, please. You have here the microphone.
Hello. Oh, I got it. I got it. Hello. Want to hold that one over there? So they're not close, and then I can pass, and you guys can pass between, and then I'll pass this one.
Yeah, because that's not working.
Oh, this one works.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming to day 2. So 5 months ago, when we all arrived in Ireland, we had the great pleasure of having access to spaces just like this one to escape the busy city of Dublin and reconnect with nature. So since then, we worked on this amazing project that we've titled Food for Thought, Engaging Irish Youth in Shaping Sustainable Food Systems. So if you haven't met us already, some of you haven't, this is our amazing transdisciplinary team. We have Filippo, Rachel, myself, Taylor, and Pablo. We all come from different countries all around the world and have very different backgrounds. So our stakeholder, Airfield Estate, is a 38-acre urban working farm and educational hub located in South Dublin. You can see it on our map there. And we were located up here at Trinity College, and it takes about 30 minutes by public transport to access Airfield Estate. So it's pretty central in the city. And Airfield has a very rich historic past. It was actually left by the Overend family that owned the land in 1974, to entrust to the people of Ireland. And today it is a registered charity. Ooh, sorry. Yeah, it's a registered charity with many community offerings and a mission to support sustainable food production and consumption and inform public food choice. As I stated, Airfield has many offerings to the surrounding community, including a farm-to-table restaurant that we were able to try, community gardens, farm animals and demonstrations, different educational exhibits, cooking classes, farmers markets, and a historical house turned into a museum. They are very ambitious there at Airfield Estate, and they want to be Dublin's sustainable food hub in a world-leading sustainable food city. And their audience is quite popular with the younger families and the older generation that is located in the wealthy community that surrounds Airfield Estate. But often misses the group that we define in our project as youth, which is the 18 to 25-year-olds that we also all in our group are a part of. So with their ambitious goals and our stakeholders' very openness to our research interests and their encouragement for us to create a product that is usable for different organizations that have similar goals, we have scoped down the challenge that we were initially given to the one that follows. We want to empower youth as a change agent in building and supporting sustainable and resilient food systems in Ireland and beyond.
Thank you, Taylor. So now we go for why is this a timely issue? So the first issue is that the fact that people are moving away from rural areas and they move to the city, so they get separated from our food. And for example, in Dublin, there is a limited or lack of farmers markets in the city center where youth live, work, and study. And again, indeed, the farmers market of Airfield Estate is one of the closest to the city center, but is still half an hour away with public transportation. Then we have aging farmer population. So the average age in Ireland of a farmer is 57 years old. And lastly, we have barriers to engagement, which includes costs, lack of food literacy, and time poverty. So this is our primary research question. So what are the most effective strategies for promoting awareness and participation in sustainable food system among youth in Dublin, Ireland? And this is our data collection. So to get a deep insight of everything we need to know, we decided to do a mixed method approach. So we got primary and secondary data. Within primary, we have the focus group, the survey as quantitative insights, and then we have the interviews, the semi-structured interviews, and the book club as qualitative. And then secondary, we have literature review, which is included both for like the main question and sub-question.
Thank you, Filippo, for introducing the topic. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the individual research topics. So just like any other group, we divided our topic in 4 different subtopics. I'm going to start with mine. So I looked at how local food initiatives can influence young people engagement. So first, what are food initiatives? They're community projects made for the community where they can offer an alternative to the regular food system, so an alternative to supermarkets. Example of these are, for example, farmers markets, but also community gardens, community social agriculture, which includes food box schemes, and also food sharing projects. So then after knowing what food initiatives are, I looked at who can I interview, who can I ask things. So I found 5 different experts. I did 5 interviews ranging from government representatives to local food initiative leaders, but also researchers. And then after analyzing these interviews, I 3 topics submerged, which are first, every single expert agreed that food initiatives are pivotal to increase the youth engagement. They can act as an educational hub and teach about sustainability and about food systems to the young people, as food literacy in Ireland is lacking. However, just like everything in life, there's barriers that need to be overcome, which are, just like Filippo already mentioned, the disconnect between urban and rural youth, and the disconnect, especially in urban areas, between the young people and the food systems, as they aren't exposed to any farming, they don't see the food production anymore, and therefore sustainability is more of an abstract subject to them. And then also there's systemic barriers, so there's not a lot of government funding for these initiatives. They don't get enough support, and they also do not get enough space. There's not a lot of space for community gardens in Dublin, but also not enough farmers markets, just like also Filippo already mentioned. However, the systemic issues are not the only ones. It's also the question of how to attract young people to these initiatives. So one option that I realized through the interviews is to combine sustainable events with creative events, as creativity can spark interest in young people and can attract them to these initiatives. They can be things like musical performances, art workshops, or even art galleries, things like that. Combine that with sustainability and attract people to it. Can be used as an entry point for them, and then hopefully get engaged with these initiatives.
Thank you. So my part of the sub-question was, what role do social media and influencer play in shaping youth perception and behavior towards sustainable food system? We all know that youth are going to lead the change in food sustainable systems. So a platform like social media and influencer are really powerful tools they can use. And unfortunately, there are also some challenges that they face, like greenwashing and misinformation. The outcomes of this research was that indeed these are powerful tools. Platforms like TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, they can be used for youth to spread and information and create the behavioral change as well as influencers, as long as they stay true to themselves and they be authentic. Indeed, we found that nano influencers and daily people are also really influencing, no matter the small follower engagement. And another outcome is that the people, the youth that we studied, really are interested in visual, engaging content and practical tips. So it will be easier if influencer and engaging in social media in general will, for Airfield Estate and similar stakeholders, will use this as creating content and designing campaigns.
So my research question looked at how gamified learning can be implemented to effectively engage youth and promote the sustainable food systems in Dublin. So some background to give you some context. Gamified elements include things like rewards, competition, and community participation. And I conducted some semi-structured interviews with our target group of youth to see their thoughts on gamified learning and as well as these elements that arose. And the outcomes that I found was that gamified learning wasn't necessarily perceived overly positively, but the elements of gamified learning were very important to this age group in promoting their learning and promoting behavioral changes as well related to sustainable food systems.
All right, so lastly, my individual research looked at the role of non-traditional learning for improving youth engagement and education around sustainable food systems. So for some context, non-traditional learning is pretty much anything outside of the sort of classroom style lecture-based setting, wherein students are merely receptors of knowledge. Instead, it can be anything from cooking courses and demonstrations, workshops and hackathons, to experiential learning initiatives like internships or volunteering. In terms of methods, I thought it most suitable to interview students as they would be the theoretical sort of beneficiaries of these initiatives. And based on those interviews, I found that there wasn't really a strong preference for any mode of non-traditional learning. Rather, students cited a number of barriers to engagement, namely time, cost, and accessibility. So based on this, I recommended that any stakeholder work to overcome at least one of these barriers when implementing a non-traditional learning initiative.
So now, after looking at all these different research topics, we combined all of it together and did a whole report about it. And these are the recommendations that we had at the end of the report after looking at everything. So firstly, the most important part for the food literacy has to increase. There's no food education being taught in school. Many young people do not have enough knowledge about sustainability and especially about food systems, sustainable food systems. So we advise to go to the government and ask them to include that in the school curriculum. However, also, we think it's important that they partner up with NGOs and other food organizations to offer educational programs. For example, Airfield Estate is already doing something like that, which is called Farmers Time, where students can go and meet up with different farmers to ask them things and get exposed to the food system, which is already a good first step, but more is definitely needed. Then our second recommendation is to increase innovative learning techniques, such as the ones that Rachel was talking about, but also the gamified learning that Taylor mentioned. And we suggest that these methods have to be more targeted to the population that they have in hand, so that it can be more attractive to them and they get more engaged. And these methods need to be very interactive and hands-on, as that's more enjoyable for the youth. Then thirdly, obviously, is to utilize social media, just as like Filippo talked about. Very important here is to look at authenticity and transparency, as these are the two values that the young people value the most with social media and care about the most. And then lastly, what I talked about with the creative elements, we advise to combine sustainable events with creative elements, and through that reach a more diverse and wider audience that might have not been interested per se in sustainability, but through that they can get engaged. Next slide. So then after showing you all the different recommendations, we go to the product. We decided to do a 20-page information package with all the research that we made, and at the end give them some recommendations and some ideas for different strategies that they can use to engage the youth. However, the audience here is not just Airfield Estate. They really said at the beginning that they wanted a product that can be reached to anybody that wants to engage the youth more. So this is also for NGOs, for the councils, but also for community organizations. Anybody who wants to get the information can go to this product and see whatever they can find. It's also made in a very easily readable manner so that anybody, even the ones that are not as informed, can understand it. And yeah, that's also the reason why we picked this kind of format, as it's widely accessible and very easily readable. And next, here you have a little example. There you can see on the left side the different sections that we have, and then a few examples of different pages. But at the end, we will make the product available to you guys, so whoever wants can look at it.
Thank you. So real quickly, I want to touch on the limitations of our research. The first of which is, of course, time constraints. Like all the groups, we only had about 1 month to collect and subsequently analyze our data. As a result of that, we also had a smaller than ideal sample size with a fairly homogeneous participant profile. To be specific, all of the students we interviewed were from Trinity College in Dublin. So we're aware that we would have benefited from a more geographically and demographically diverse participant profile in order to increase the generalizability of our findings. Lastly, we are aware that there's always potential for bias when doing individual data coding. Ideally, we would have kind of circumvented this by having a more anonymized coding process, but again, with the time constraints, it just wasn't logistically possible. So to quickly conclude, we began with this challenge by identifying specific and complex challenges to youth engagement with food systems and initiatives in Ireland. Based on our primary data collection and secondary literature review, we identified a need for more creative engagement methods. Specifically, we recommend increasing the volume and diversity of food system initiatives. So not only having a higher number in Ireland, but also tailoring them to specific youth interests. Lastly, in terms of next steps, we want to, of course, share the product with our stakeholders, have them test out the strategies we recommend as it is currently a prototype, and hopefully implement the strategies that we have in our product in order to achieve our collective goal of more sustainable food systems in Ireland. So with that, we will conclude our presentation. Feel free to scan the QR code in the corner to view our full information pack. Thank you so much for listening. We welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Now, I'm going to see. I would like to ask if he is the representative of the Airfield Estate, the external stakeholder of this project. Mm-hmm. Welcome to the grand finale. Please say your opinion about the project developed by the team.
Thank you very much, and thanks so much for having us, and well done to the team. We're delighted to see the output there. It looks fantastic, and it'll be so useful for us. Even when you were presenting it, I was thinking, because we've just produced a report on the food system through the eyes of young people at Airfield, kind of identifying young people's challenges, and then this is an absolutely perfect carry on from it, and giving us a toolkit as to how we could actually try and solve some of those challenges. So thank you so much. Yeah, it'll be a really, really valuable addition to what we do here, and we look forward to testing it out, and it'll be great. Thank you.
Amazing work, guys. Really, really perfect from our end. It couldn't be better. We really appreciate all the level of work, the level of research that you carried out as well, coming out, meeting us, talking to our colleagues, really finding out about the issues that affect sustainable agriculture and sustainability education in Ireland. So really well done. As Aideen said, I mean, this is perfect follow-on for us and something we'll be utilising in our work.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opinion. I don't know if Gandini is here. the supervisor, academic supervisor. I don't see her at this moment, but perhaps the second reader, Alexander, is here. No, if not, then so I ask here the audience if you have any comment or question.
Thank you for this great presentation, guys. I wanted to know, so how do the NGOs can access it? Like, are you going to send it yourself, or are you going to give it to Airfield Estate and they take care of all the sharing?
Yeah, so we're going to share the product with Airfield Estates, and we hope that they can make it open access to anybody that wants it. They also have a lot of different partnerships. They know a lot of different organizations. So definitely we advise them to go to them and show them what they have if they really want to use this and they want to increase and get different ideas. Yeah, basically through the stakeholder rather than through us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other question or comment, please?
Hi guys, absolutely outstanding work. I see everything that you said. Absolutely, you'll be happy to know that we have a new government since last week, and sustainability is going to be in the school curriculum. You wouldn't have known that from your research, but it hopefully will be coming in. I have one question. It may be outside the scope of what you did, but you've lived in Dublin now for 5-6 months. You know how expensive it is as a city. Did costs come up as a significant barrier? Because I know your project is all about awareness, but cost has to play a role too, I would imagine.
Yeah, thanks. I can start with that. So at least in my research, and I think in the general focus group we did, it absolutely came up sort of in 2 dimensions. So first, the cost of what we could categorize as sustainable food products themselves, like organic, local, seasonal food, as well as some of these initiatives. For example, there are cooking classes that focus on sustainable cooking in Ireland, in Dublin, but they are quite cost prohibitive for a young person. So yeah, as I sort of touched on a bit in my research, that was a major barrier. And there's definitely opportunities to further engage people by lowering or even taking away costs of these initiatives. I don't know if anybody else.
I just wanted to say also, especially the farmers market, that's a big problem. Like the farmers markets are normally very high-end products, high-end sustainable products. So that's not a place where you will see any young people. It's more like over 50. But no, definitely that needs to be worked on. It needs to be looked at how we can either by incentives from the government, by funding them, by subsidize them, or by putting the cost down. But that is definitely a barrier that needs to be looked at.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. It's a very naive question, but did you link your project to health issues for the population?
Yeah, to be fair, I wouldn't say it was the sort of primary focus. But yeah, we absolutely touched on sort of in our research paper, especially there's sort of this like converging crisis, as we all know, of sort of the multiple negative effects of the conventional food systems on the environment, but also on human health, of course. And I think part of what's interesting about the age group we looked at is they're sort of at the age where they're generally first able to really make decisions about their diet for themselves, since they're 18 to 25. In Ireland, that's a pretty standard age to, move out of your parents' house. So yeah, I think based on that, we kind of touched on how it's like a critical period or a critical intervention for both the environment and directly for human health. I don't know if that answers.
We have some time for more questions, yes.
Yeah, I think such an argument could really enhance your proposition. I mean, is it to the government or to whoever you present your product?
Yeah, definitely. Because especially because of the lack of food literacy. So because they're not being taught, a lot of people are just very reliant on already made products from like supermarkets, and that definitely affects their diet and their health. So learning how to actually use those vegetables and the fruit and whatever, and actually learn how to cook and how to eat a little more healthy and look out for yourself, I think would benefit anybody in Dublin and Ireland in general.
Mm-hmm.
have a boomer question. How do you define and recognize, I guess, authenticity in social media? Like, how will you recruit such influencers?
Okay, yeah, true. That's a quite difficult question, but I feel like the age we were study, so the Gen Z, are really attentive to like spot if they are being greenwashed, or for example, if a breaking point, for example, for many youth were like partnerships with brands. So as soon as like, for example, an influencer will partnership, even though it will be like a sustainable brand or something, they will still be aware that they get money for that. So it's not authentic, it's not super transparent. And so they prefer like when they just talk about maybe like tips or just like cooking classes or something that it's just easy and they can just implement into their daily lives. And yeah, but again, it's really easy for social media to be greenwashed and get a lot of misinformation, unfortunately.
Thank you so much for the answer.
Specifically for Airfield Estate, but it was also meant to be for like broader use. Yeah, my question is like, how like is it possible to just share this already with other organizations, or is it really written in a way that it's focused on this one specific organization?
No, we actually tried to make it very general. Like in the information pack, we obviously say that we were working with Airfield Estate, but it's not specifically for them. We've made it really broad for, like Pablo said, like other NGOs, even the government, someone that's in charge of school curriculums. So very broad. And there's recommendations that go from like policy to more of the non-traditional learning methods. So someone that's in charge of that. So yeah, we've tried to make it really broad and some general recommendations that whoever can use for their group that they're looking at.
Yeah, she asked if it worked only for Ireland or also for other countries. And I mean, it is very specified to Ireland since the research was conducted there. And I don't know how the food literacy or the food education is in other countries and if it still applies to that. But if the parameters are kind of similar, it definitely can apply to it. I mean, like the strategies are also kind of very broad, like a social media strategy can definitely be implemented in any country. Also, what I wanted to say is that the Airfield Estate at the beginning really stressed that they want to make Dublin a sustainable food city, and they want us to help them with that. So because of it, this is supposed to be a product that can work independently from Airfield Estate and is not tied to them. That's why we didn't put any ties in it. Like obviously there'll be the distributor since we will give it to them, but that's all they are, and they can choose if they want to do the partnerships with some other people or if other stakeholders will do partnerships with themselves or whatever. So yeah, I think that's very important. Yes.
So I don't see more questions or comments here. Congratulations again for your work.
Thank you.
We have 5 minutes. Yes, please come to take a photo here together. We have 5 minutes. So I ask the next team to prepare here the presentation. And in 5 minutes, we are beginning the next. Yes, please.
All right, while waiting for the next group, I have some announcement. So first of all, a message from the mentor coordinator that some of you haven't actually uploaded the PDP. So please do it today. So the deadline for the PDP is today. All right? Blanca. There is one more announcement from Blanca.
Hi. So today from noon to 2 o'clock, we will have a professional photographer with us. Okay, she will be from on the presentation that starts at noon. I don't remember which one is it, but she will be here then during lunch. If you stay around here having lunch, it will be great if you can interact with her. And we will like also to take you some pictures on the posters. With your posters, okay? So if you want to be on the pictures, please stay around. And these pictures will be used on the future to promote the master. So we can have photos of yourselves enjoying and, well, showing that you had a great time during the master, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Use it this one. It is
Oh, yeah.
this one. No. So we are following with the second presentation of this first section. We can see the topic, of course, related to food. And the thing is here, part of the thing is here, no? One of you are online. Yes, yes, yes. So the student thing is formed by Didian Sirimans, you right, Yang Hui Wan, Esther Dams, and Ethan Youssef. And the external stakeholder was the Utrecht Nature League and academic supervisor Julia Chelsea, she is here. And the second reader was Victor Minhus from Olbersoran University. So now you can begin the presentation, please, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our presentation, kind of related to the previous topic on shaping a sustainable, healthy, and equitable food system in Utrecht. So we are Jane, Didi, Ethan online, and I'm Esther. And we will go to the next slide in a bit.
Ik heb me heel veel beeld, dus ik weet niet wat groot krijg.
Dat is natuurlijk een hele grote vraag. Wat ik net zei, als een kantoor eenmaal leeg is, dan zegt het
Hoi Anita. So our stakeholder is Utrecht Natuurlijk. And Utrecht Natuurlijk is a non-profit organization, and they have 11 cities, gardens and farms in Utrecht. They focus on making people more connect with nature and on more healthy and sustainable food choices. So we worked together with them. And what we did is basically first we co-designed the the challenge. Together with Utrecht Natuurlijk, we looked at what we wanted to research exactly. Then we went into a research phase where we all did our separate research chapters. And on the end, we, by a focus group, we connected the outcomes to create a final product together. So continue, please. So what is our challenge about exactly? Well, it's about food. And currently, globally, we have a climate problem. 25% of the total emissions are food related. And currently, food security is declining. This is mostly a problem in the global south, but also in the global north, specifically to people with a lower socioeconomic background. It's a problem where health is lower, but also sustainability impact of their diet is really high. The Netherlands specifically is the 5th biggest exporter of foods in the world. And with 13% of their CO2 emissions come from food. And if you include land use, this is up to 38%. And this has impacts on health, sustainability, and it's not an equal system there. Then we specifically looked at Utrecht. There, it's a very diverse population. 25% of the population there doesn't have a Dutch citizenship. And also only 5 to 10% of the food that are produced locally are only eaten locally. And the aim of the city is to become climate neutral in 2050. So it's an ambitious goal, and we're not there yet. And Utrecht Natuurlijk sees this need of change, and they are wondering what they can do to contribute and what their role could be in this specifically. This challenge focuses on many sustainable development goals, and you can see them up here. But first we go on. Some of us are here present in Barcelona, but also we have some people online. And we have someone who has a question online, and we would like you to meet Ethan. Ethan, could you introduce yourself?
Hi guys, my name is Ethan. I am a new resident of Utrecht. I have recently moved into the city and I am looking to grow new roots. I would love to get to know people in my local community and connect. Ideally, I love to eat with people, so if there's a way I can cook and maybe practice my language skills, that would be great.
Welcome, Ethan, to Utrecht, and thank you for introducing yourself. Well, I think this presentation might be very relevant for you, so stay hanging on and we come back to you a little bit later. But first, we want to explain a little bit more about the research, and Didi will do so.
Yeah, thank you, Esther, for introducing our topic. Other way around. Yeah. One more. So based on the challenge that Esther just described, together with Utrecht Natuurlijk, we created a research question which asked how they can contribute to a more sustainable, equitable, and healthy food system in Utrecht. We divided this into 4 subtopics, and these topics are, they fit into the drivers of food systems change model that you can see on the screen. So each of the subtopics that we had was food choices and behavior, accessibility and equity, stakeholders and networking, and governance engagement. And we researched these topics with a variety of methods. So we used a mix of surveys, semi-structured interviews, network mapping, document analysis, observations, and also a focus group later on in the process. Based on all of this research, we found a lot of findings, and I'm not going into details of all of our specific research findings, but based on these findings, we created some specific recommendations for Utrecht Natuurlijk as an organization. You can see them here. These were the findings that were created on our report, but I made a summarized version for the presentation. So Esther looked into consumer behavior, and what she found, she recommends Utrecht Natuurlijk to focus on resources by ensuring that sustainable and healthy food becomes affordable, not too time consuming, and available. And she also recommends them to focus on the complexity of healthy and sustainable foods by providing information on diets. So yeah, she recommends Utrecht Natuurlijk to make healthy and sustainable food easier. And then Jane looked into the food environment, and her main recommendation for Utrecht Natuurlijk was that they should focus on facilitating more connections between suppliers and people in the food system. Then Ethan looks into the network and stakeholders of Utrecht Natuurlijk, and what his main recommendation was is that he thinks they should organize more activities with the less connected stakeholders in their current network. And my chapter was about governance engagement, and I recommend Utrecht Natuurlijk to choose a clearer direction with regards to sustainability issues, and they should find a variety of funds for their projects. And they should focus more on food system impacts in their educational practices and also increase their governance engagement. So if you notice, maybe there's a little bit of a pattern in these recommendations. We found that all of these recommendations all show that there is a need for collaboration and knowledge sharing opportunities in between different stakeholders in Utrecht's food system. So because this is a shared finding that we all found with our own research, this is also what informed the development of our final product. But before I show you the final products, we also did a focus group with Utrecht Natuurlijk to make sure that actually they were involved in the development of this project. So we did a focus group with 7 employees of Utrecht Natuurlijk, and in this focus group we discussed the barriers, the opportunities for them, and also they gave some feedback on some suggestions that we made for a product. And the main results and outcomes of this focus group was actually similar to the results from our own individual research, which was amazing. It was a need for more collaboration opportunities. And they also highlighted a need for connecting existing food initiatives in the Utrecht food system and a need for knowledge sharing, which fits perfectly with the results that we already found. And then another super interesting finding was an example that they gave us that already exists in the current network, which is Buurt Natuur 030. Buurt Natuur 030 is a platform, an online platform that focuses on connecting green city initiatives. So not really based on food, but on like gardening in Utrecht. And it's very a community-based neighborhood platform that focuses on making these connections and collaborations between people. And then we, with the focus group members and as a team, concluded that it would be super relevant to have a similar network and platform for food-related initiatives. So that is how we came to our final product, which is Buurtbord 030. So what is Buurtbord 030? It's going to be an online platform for connecting local food initiatives. So it will connect individuals, community groups, organizations, all with a shared goal towards a more local, sustainable, equitable, and healthy food system within Utrecht. Why did we choose this? Why do we choose a platform like this? Well, as we saw in a focus group and also found out for ourselves, in Utrecht, there are so many well-working things already happening. Food is a big topic in Utrecht, and in general, there's so many nice opportunities, initiatives, and people putting hard work and energy into making the city more sustainable and equitable. And we don't want to take away of all of these great initiatives that are already there, but we want to make them better connected and lift them up the ground even more to create more impact. And that's what our platform is supposed to do. So it will become a central hub for all of these initiatives that will build connections, make people share knowledge and exchange resources. And I'll also explain the name because not everyone's Dutch in here. Buurtbord 030 translates to neighborhood plate 030. 030 is just Utrecht's area code. And neighborhood plate, it really shows how we focus on the neighborhoods, local, community-based, all sharing plates of food together. That's our goal. And now I'm going to give the floor back to Esther, I think, if the slide works. Yes.
Thank you. So there was a lot of information. And as you can see, we created a plan of action to create this Buurtbord 030 platform. We created a plan and it's including information on the target group and how to handle stakeholders, like a prototype of the online platform and how it should be designed, a plan of action and a timeline, which steps to take when, cost plan and funding opportunities, but also a way to evaluate it and monitor it to ensure it's good and effective. So let's go back to Ethan. Ethan, we told you a little bit about our research, but what do you think?
It sounds quite interesting, actually. Quite curious how I could potentially use this platform to connect with people in my neighborhood, maybe coordinate an in-person event of some sort. Is that possible?
Well, that's a good question. And I think actually this platform might be really for you. I want to show you a little bit more about how it would look. So our platform will consist of a couple of functionalities, and I will quickly go through them all. First of all, we have some information about the vision and mission and about our organization, which you can learn a little bit more about the initiative. Then we have also a page where we show our calendar. And the calendar shows the different dates. You can upload your own activity. You can also click on a specific activity where it will show a little bit more information, maybe a picture. You can see the details such as how much does it cost, where is it located, who is it organized by, but also here you can register. We also have a map, and this map shows all the initiatives in your neighborhoods. So each initiative is located, and you can see what is in your neighborhood present. For example, Ethan, you said something about organizing an activity. If you want to organize a language kitchen, you can organize it and upload it to this map, and then your neighbors can easily find you and connect with you. Then we have a page on matchmaking. Here you can ask a question or offer something, and people can respond to each other and make a match, basically. And as you can see, you can easily upload your own question or demand. Then we have a page on knowledge. We will share interesting articles, maybe a cool podcast, everything related to sustainable and healthy food choices. We have a page on partners, and hopefully in the future there will be many. And as you can see, there is a lot of opportunities for us to collaborate. Then we have a page on the recipes. We will have a dietitian uploading recipes that will look for local recipes with in-season products. You can select on halal, vegan, vegetarian, and other ways. And also people can upload their own recipes. So it's really for the local people from the local people. And lastly, we have a page on the neighborhood initiatives. Also, Ethan, your language kitchen can be easily found here by everyone, and then you can easily connect to everyone. So I'm wondering, this is our platform. What do you think?
Wow, guys, this is amazing, okay? I am so excited that I finally get to connect with people with such a useful platform. This is exactly what I need. Thank you guys so much for creating this awesome project.
Thank you, Ethan. Well, that's great to hear, of course. Okay, so this is the idea, but we have to make it realistic. And in order to make it realistic, we need people like a project manager, but also people to evaluate it and monitor it. And that comes at a cost. And as you can see, we created a short overview of costs that it will bring. But we also looked into some funding opportunities. So for example, the Food Valley, but also University of Utrecht might have some funding opportunities, which we all suggest in our plan of action. And now I want to give the phone to Jane to explain the conclusion and discussion.
Okay, now it's the discussion. Let's start on the left from the research. We first identified the limitations and the areas for future studies. First is the cultural and language barriers, which are very significant challenges in achieving inclusivity and understanding. Second is different food systems, which vary depending on their context. Third is different organizations which operate with diverse priorities and structures. And there is also a need to focus on inclusion to enable the equitable outcomes. And moving on to product, the outcomes are specific to Utrecht and Utrecht natuurlijk to make a broader impact. There is need to adapt these outcomes so that they can be applied to different regions and contexts. And lastly, future steps, we need to find a project manager, form a management team, then contact the potential stakeholders and parties to build networks and collaboration. And lastly, apply for funding opportunities to ensure that the financial resources are needed for implementation. And to conclude, by developing this online platform, Utrecht natuurlijk can create a strong and active food network in Utrecht. This network will strengthen the existing networks, increase food safety and nutrition for all, enhance the healthy food choices, making these choices more accessible for the low socioeconomic status communities. And lastly, increasing governance engagement of all levels of society to foster a collaborative approach to food system improvement.
So that was our presentation. Thank you, Ethan, once again for helping us, and thank you all for listening. You can scan the QR code if you're interested in our product, and your questions are welcome.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Now I would like to ask the external stakeholder. I don't know if Jeroen Onk, excuse me for the pronunciation, is here. Yes,
I'm online.
Yeah.
Hello, please.
Hello.
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 Yes,
Oh,
please,
no.
please. We are waiting for your comment.
Okay. Well, first of all, I am overjoyed with the result that you just presented, especially the prototype of Buurtbord 030. I can't wait to get started with it, and I think it will help us enormously to engage community partners and individuals in the city to start this project. So if I would have a question, it would be, what would be the ideal kickoff for a project like this to engage as much people as possible? Could you think of a kickoff moment, an event, an action to take? But first of all, thank you very much. I am impressed. I'm grateful. You did absolutely fantastic.
Thank you for the kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see Yuria is here.
No, but I want to answer the question
yeah.
first.
The question.
Can I answer the question first? Okay. Thank you for the kind words, Ruben. And actually, yeah, that's a really good question, because it would be really wonderful if this actually could kick off. And well, I think to make it realistic, a good idea would be to collaborate with Buurt Natuur, the existing platform that you as Utrecht Natuurlijk also already have collaborations with them. And yeah, some sort of live event, I think, would be the main first thing to organize. To have a talk with other people and find, because the first thing we need to find is people who are actually interested in kicking this off the ground and being involved in the first steps of development. Which we need some people, who have a passion for these kind of projects. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in Utrecht and in the network that are there. We just have to find them. So I think collaborating with your network as Utrecht Natuurlijk, as well as the network of Buurt Natuur and some of the amazing stakeholders that we've seen in your network, organizing an event, promoting it, as a kickoff starter event where we are looking for a project team. I think that would be really great to do. I don't know if Esther has anything to say else.
No, I think that's really good. And I also really like the harvest festivals you organize as Utrecht Natuurlijk. And I think it could be like a cool combination to have a harvest festival and then also introduce this platform with people that are already super interested in the topic.
Yeah, it's definitely also possible to integrate it into the activities that you guys already organize yourselves, because you do a lot. Ethan, go ahead, Ethan.
Right, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And now this is the time for the academic supervisor.
I think Ethan also wants to add something to the question.
Yeah, if I may also add something real quick. During an interview, you had mentioned Utrecht for Global Goals as an organization that regularly hosted events in the city, and I was wondering if you thought maybe this might be a good stakeholder actor in the network that you could potentially collaborate to create a kickoff project.
Excellent idea. Good idea. Thank you.
Right, and now.
Now, Julia.
Yeah, now
This
I've
is the
been
time for
introduced
Julia
so many
to.
times.
Hi, Julia.
Zeitman is growing. Yeah, thanks a lot to the team for your presentation, and I think really developing a product that addresses a need in Utrecht food system. So I think you've done really well with this. Also, I also want to take this opportunity to thank you, Rune, who's been really close touch with the students from what I heard at least. So thanks a lot for taking all that time. That's really appreciated from the Capstone's side. So one question that I have is, so there are all these different initiatives in Utrecht, of course, that are already working on food. How do you assure with this platform that they are actually being integrated and that it is not like another parallel initiative in addition to them?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you. I don't know if anyone else wants to take it or else I will, but I think this is also in our development plan, we wrote it down. We kind of make sure that all the partners that we collaborate with, that we show what the benefit is for them. Because of course they already do a lot. And the main thing with these kind of initiatives is also that they don't have time and money for a lot of new things because they usually have a lot on their plate already. So I think that's also one of the main things that should be the focus at the start of the development, where when reaching out to new partners, that the main thing that we address is the benefit in it for them. And then hopefully that will, at least in some of these organizations, inspire one person to be interested enough to actually upload. And I don't think it has to be a lot of effort from all of these initiatives. Like, as you can see, the platform is quite easily to just create a post like that. You can do that in 5 minutes, and then it will just attract a lot more people for them as well. And that is the main benefit for them, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. And I would like to add, so we want to put a project manager on it to ensure that the energy keeps on being in the project, which I think is very important if you want to have a platform that works. And also, I think it's good to realize that Utrecht Natuurlijk has created a similar platform. And I think they can also use it as leverage of, like, we created something that worked already, which is kind of similar. So we can actually do it and make people, like connection stakeholders, also believe in this platform being like realistic and a main platform for all these kind of initiatives. I don't know if you want to, okay. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes, absolutely. And I also know that I think you thought about it quite a lot. So that's also what I meant to bring out a little bit. And what would you say are potential, hindering factors or threats that could, limit either the feasibility of this product or the scope, and how have you addressed them in the development of the product?
All right.
No. So I think, of course, money is always one. So therefore, I think it's very important that the right fundings are in place. I'm thinking maybe you already have something, but I'm.
I think the main thing that is funding. There needs to become, like, that's why we also found a bunch of different type of funding opportunities, because we think we need a variety of funds for this to make this happen. And I think the main barrier is the thing we discussed earlier, like the process between now and finding a fund. Someone needs to also put in a lot of work there, and that's going to be unpaid. So therefore, that I think is the main barrier. There needs to be some passionate people willing to pull the first few weeks through, and then after we lift off, I think it's going to be easier.
Right.
Does that answer the question?
I don't see Victor Mijus here. I don't see him online. So this is the time then to any question or comment from the audience, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I really liked the product. I had a question about if you thought about individuals in the neighborhood that don't have the digital literacy when it comes to this online platform.
That's a really good question. Yes, so it's going to be online. The main platform is going to be online, but I don't think the main action will be online. It's more a platform that ensures that collaborations and actions happen. But for example, if like there's going to be also activities for elderly people on there, and we want to be like inclusive to all communities. And of course, there needs to be people within their environments that will be the one helping them out. But I think there's also, for example, some organizations that work with elderly people, and then yeah, they will also benefit from the platform. Maybe not by using it directly, but because of their buurthuizen, that's like neighborhoods, homes.
Yeah.
They should also like they can also use the platform, and that's how it's going to reach people beyond digital literacy.
Yes, thank you.
Other question? Yes.
Hello, thank you very much. Sounds very nice. I was wondering, I saw your financial estimates and you had about 20,000 euro for recipes. Where did you base your estimates on?
It's actually maybe Ethan, you want to take it? Yeah. Okay.
That's a great question. So the starting prices for recipe development for like a professional recipe developer that begins at like 150 euros a recipe. So if we were to develop like 50 recipes for the platform, you can see how those numbers start to get really high really quick. So that's kind of like we really wanted to have a nice library of food that people could pick, and we also expected that maybe they might charge a higher price because we are using lots of seasonal ingredients that the developer is likely unfamiliar with, and because we have so many specific dietary requirements for our recipes, this all pushes up the price. So that's kind of like what factored into our cost analysis for that.
If I can add to this, before, like we had stages of cost estimates, and I think one of the main things why this one is so high is because part of Esther's research focused on health and like making sustainable and healthy food easy, accessible, and therefore one of our recommendations was adding recipes from a licensed dietitian on the platform. And that is what is expensive. But of course, I think half or not more than half of the recipes on there will be free because they will be posted by the people themselves. So of course, this is only like based on research and yeah, based on some of the findings, but also a lot of it will be, yeah, free work because it's just people using the platform themselves. I hope this answers your questions.
More questions or comment? I don't see anyone. So in that case, yes. In that case, congratulations for the team. Congratulations and thank you so much for the college and students online for their participation in this session. We finished this session. Now we have a 20 minutes break and follow with the next one at 11:30.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, welcome back everyone to our morning session. We will now listen to the team 11. So we talked to us about environmental monitoring for reconciling humanity and the planet, Human Livestock Wildlife Capstone Challenge, that was in South Africa. Members of the teams are Jorge, Maria, Kirian, and Sana. Their main stakeholder was Amanda Bastos from the University of Pretoria, and the academic supervisors were Molamatsane Mokatla, Abel Ramalelo, and Janet Wenzel, and Tamer Sarkawa, is here as well. The local facilitator is Janet Wenzelad. So you will have 15 minutes to present your presentation whenever you're ready.
Hello. Okay. Hi, everyone, to our presentation about a research project on fostering collaboration to address water scarcity in the Bushbuckridge area in South Africa. We were located in the Hans Hoheisen Research Station, and this is a facility of the Faculty of Veterinary Sciences of the University of Pretoria. And it was located in the Kruger National Park in South Africa. And the University of Pretoria is also our main stakeholder. They focus mostly on animal health, but also on community outreach. And when we arrived there, we had no idea, well, we know a little bit, but we didn't know a lot about the cultural context and local context, but we knew it was a very rural area. And we wanted to be very aware and respectful because we wanted to work together with the local communities. So we worked together with 6 bordering villages of the Kruger National Park, and they experienced a difficult relationship with the park because more than 50% of the population is unemployed. They rely mostly on governmental grants or agriculture or outside organizations. And we worked together with Claire, Welverdiend, Gluvokani, Gothenburg, but we also worked together with the Manyeleti Game Reserve, which you can see all the way on the right. And we're waiting for the red dots to appear so you can see exactly which villages there are. Yes, so we work with these villages. So our research team is Kirian, Maria, Jorge, and myself. What? Yeah, and me. Yeah. And we wanted to be very culturally aware, so we worked with the Community Development Framework. And before we started with conducting our research, we wanted to understand their perceptions of the problem they experience. So in the first few weeks, we had the opportunity, because of Jeanette, to talk to a lot of different people in a lot of different areas. So when we were talking to those people, we did not want to talk with them without with no preconceived ideas. We wanted to prioritize their needs. We did not want to impose any ideas before understanding and listening to their problems. And most importantly, we wanted to demonstrate a lot of respect. So here, Jorge and Maria are dancing on a careers day. Is it working? Oh, yeah. So after talking to a lot of people, we found out that a lot of people have the same problem, and which is a lack of water. So our main research question is, how can collaboration be fostered between the community and stakeholders to address a shared need of water? And to narrow this a bit more down, we each focused on a specific topic. So Jorge focused on participatory methodologies, Maria focused on education and entrepreneurship, I focused on traditional knowledge and skills, and Kirian focused on storytelling.
So after understanding the context, we began with the second phase of the research, which is engage and empower, where the main aim was to give a voice to the community members. And for that, initially, we developed a system of interviews where we interviewed both community members as well as experts working in the area. And we used this mainly for the individual chapters that Sana mentioned before. But our main methodology as a group was a participatory workshop where we asked the participants to brainstorm which are their shared challenges related to water. And in this case, we use water in order to narrow down the scope of the research. And this idea was to also raise collective consciousness around these issues that they all share and that they perceive as problems. So the participatory methodology that we use is called Problem Tree, and it's basically a focus group discussion where people are asked to draw a tree and then map out the causes and effects of the problems that they perceive as challenges for themselves. So we start by asking the participants to identify which is the main problem that they have related to water, and we write that in the center of the tree as the trunk of the tree. And the main ones that they identified for our research were water scarcity, water quality, and availability. And later we asked them to map out or think and brainstorm which are the underlying causes of this problem that they identify and they perceive. And they write this as the roots of the tree. And later they can brainstorm about the effects represented as the branches of the tree or the impacts that this problem has on their lives. And later, we ask them to flip the page and write down the solutions that they propose to tackle these issues. So we developed these workshops with many different community groups. We started working with 2 nurseries from the area, as well as 2 different conservationist groups, Maniareti and Timbabati game reserves, and also the cattle herders and farmers in the area. As well, we worked with NPO and NGO workers, healthcare professionals, and high school students and teachers. And as you can see in these pictures, the participants did the workshop by themselves. So we only, as researchers, our role was mainly facilitating the workshop and not intervening at all. And we made it very clear that there was no wrong answer, and everything that they stated were just different perceptions of the problems that they share. So now coming quickly to what we were able to conduct during these participatory workshops, we were able to do 35 problem trees with different community groups, where there was 182 participants and 158 solutions were proposed to tackle these water scarcity and quality and availability issues. So all of this data we use mainly for understanding how the different perceptions of the groups overlap and how we can bridge these discrepancies between the groups so that they can co-develop solutions together that tackle these issues.
So then the next step after engaging and empowering was about connecting and building relationships with the communities. One of the big problems over here is that there's some kind of mistrust with the scientific researchers and the local communities, because a lot of them come to conduct research in the area, take a lot of their time, a lot of their energies, go back to their cities or countries, and only write an academic report, so do not find any appropriate methods to share their findings with the communities or leave any tangible products. So that's why, even though our academic friends told us to really focus on the scientific report, we also wanted to focus on leaving tangible products. So we came up with 5 different products. The first one, thanks to the Maniareti Game Reserve, shout out to Tebogo, one of the interns over there, if he's listening. They gave us a space that we could renovate. So it was like an abandoned space, and we could renovate it, clean it, and paint it. Yeah, like this. And create at the end, we're lucky to have Jorge with us because he painted all these like we were just. And this space is actually meant for to teach the kids environmental stuff, but also to leave a place where scientists can share their results and share their findings with the local communities. Another product, which you will see after the first 5 minutes of the short movie, was that we created a short movie of 30 minutes explaining the life of 6 inspiring people. So we chose 6 champions within the communities. We made it in the local language of Shongan. And basically, the whole aim of it is to show the communities that if they work together, they can achieve anything. The next one was we also created a photo exhibition portraying the life of 23 people, and each person could share an inspirational message to the communities. This photo exhibition is right now in the environmental room. We showed it at the final stakeholder meeting, which I'll come at right after. And it's meant to also go around in public spaces like schools and hospitals. So someone's going to be in charge of it, I hope. Jeanette. Oh yeah, Jeanette, if you're listening, the short movie is going to be done end of March. I promise. It's taking a bit longer. Like also we created a platform around a poster where you could exchange, like where people could exchange skills to help each other without any money. And then the final product was the final stakeholder meeting, where we assembled all the people we've been working with to work on 4 tangible products which were self-sustainable, which they could work on after we would have left. And then Maria is going to take over.
Thank you, Kirian. Yes, so with this phase is design and deliver. And this is where we actually organize everything on our final stakeholder meeting that we organize with a team at the Manialetti Game Reserve. Actually at the center where Kirian showed before. So we invited all the stakeholders that took part of the research, and then we showed them the results. So as you can see here, as Jorge explained before, like the main 3 challenges were water scarcity, water quality, and water availability. And we gather all the challenges together and we put them into the work cloud, as you can show the next slide. Yeah, you can see there. So some of them, as you can see, is the wise water use, adequate waste disposal, management of public resources, and so on. And we also explain as well to the different stakeholders, like the main challenges that we're facing, how they can take action into this and actually make it into reality. So 4 of the main solutions were wise water use, as we can see the first one, water reuse through farming, waste management, and reducing overgrazing. And basically, what we organized as well was the workshops with the stakeholders, where they were able to brainstorm the solutions and how they can take an action on this as well. They chose a champion as well. They did an action plan. And after that, we created a WhatsApp group, putting all the people that participated. And they were able to follow up with this, anyone was interested to take lead on that, on the projects. And after that, we have the reflect and celebrate phase, where we asked the participants to get some feedback and understand better what were the reflections as well from the research that we did. So we have some examples here. We have, for example, the first one, this workshop plans a seed in my mind, Prince. So I would say Prince was one of them. He's only 18 and he had really good ideas how he can solve problems about the water scarcity challenge as well. So after our research, we gathered everything together and we did a scientific report. And after that, we gathered all our knowledge and experience that we acquired with the community within the conceptual framework that we can see here. Yes. So now Jorge will give some words.
Thank you so much, Maria. Well, now we are going to show a 5-minute clip of the video that we made. It's not the final version, directed by Kirian Spielberg. But first, we wanted to say thank you from the heart to everyone who participated in our research, to all the community members, to the teachers and supervisors, and our colleagues and friends in South Africa. Special greetings to the ones joining online, Janet, Monique, and Mo, Armanda, and maybe Tabojo as well. Thank you so much. We wanted to do a special shout out for Janet as well. She was the station manager and she helped us throughout the project incredibly in a way that she didn't actually needed to do it. And this project would have been impossible without her. So thank you, Janet, if you are listening online. And so now we proceed with the amazing video.
a ri kahle hi ku timpfula a ti na hi minkarhi ene hi kota ku rima hi dya swa le masin'wini a swi nga ri kona swa ti-drought and all this. Lebitso la ka ke Lion Ted from Belfardine. A ni swi tivi swa ku vone yini loko a za a kala ni vita leswaku ndzi nghala swi ri nkarhi wun'wana na navela leswaku I can be strong like a lion. That's right. Ke bereka ka cattle farming or go lema. Go ba molemi ke ye ka kry-a e le gore di a nthuša le go godisa lapa laka. Tshepo ya ka goba tumo ya ka ga bolemi ke gore mmušo o thuteletsena le rena gore dinyakwa tsa rena o government re kgone go ba di kry-a ka bothina ba kgona go lokišetša. Bodulo bo ye ba nako e le gore ko re ntho e le re kry-ile re ba le komelelo ka morago ga nako and then ra kgona go bona gore nako nngwe le nngwe 10 years re fitlha ngwaga o 10 re ba le komelelo. Environment yi file sweswi hi ku mpfula a yini swakudya swi kona for human being na swifuyana swo fana ngopfungopfu mati a ma kona dikgomo ke no bula di a phulong thereafter ke di late ke di fe metsi ke di lokele šakeng. Ke ka phela ke le motho e le gore ke go ya ka mokgwa gore community e tle e golega gore ke go bereka mmogo ola le ola ga motho o mongwe le o mongwe a iperekela o tla kry-a e le gore go re tshwenya ka gore ye ke naga ya batho ka moka go se sengwe le se sengwe o tshwanetse go se kopanela re bereke mmogo. Ke bona le ntho e kgolo ka gore ge o bo bereka o nnoši tše dingwe o di bone gabotse mara go bereka le batho o kgona go ithuta sela wena o sa se tsebeng se jwago kela le yena yola o kgona go tseba wena.
Thank you, Team 11. We will now go to your main stakeholder. Is he here? Armanda Bastos.
Thank you very much, and well done, team. The one question I would like to ask is, from the learnings that you've had through this project, what would you advise the stakeholder, the University of Pretoria, what would you like to see happen next year? And what do you think your biggest learning was from the time that you spent at the Hans Hoheisen Wildlife Research Station and in the community?
So about the first question, I think we already mentioned with a few of the meetings that we had with the supervisors that maybe it would be great if we can focus, or next year can focus more on community outreach. And for that, in our year, the presence of Jeanette was absolutely crucial. But we don't know, and we don't want to put a stress on her. So I don't know. We would like, or we think that it would be great if next year cohorts can do a bit more community outreach and maybe continue on the products that we already developed this phase in order to keep them going and evaluate how they are progressing in the communities. And for me, I don't know, the biggest takeaway, that's so many, I cannot think on one. Maybe the main one, working with the storytelling approach, was realizing that all of these people have names, surnames, stories that they want to share. They are not abstractions, and sometimes it's easy to fall into that feeling of abstractization with research. So for me, it was crucial to see that the human side of people that we were working with, and that was absolutely beautiful.
It was beautiful.
Thank you. Now I guess we can move on to your academic supervisors. Well, I know Tamara is here, but maybe we have some online as well. Matsani or Abel, Jeanette, if you're here. Yeah, please go ahead, Jeanette.
Morning, everyone. I just want to say to the group, well done. I didn't expect the movie to be this far, and you've really made us proud. The people ask for you every time I go to the village. But I want to ask you one thing. At your last stakeholder meeting, you identified 3 problems for the science side of the project. Do you think there's anything that the community can do based on the information you gave them that can have a tangible difference before the next group comes? Is there anything we can start working on in the meantime that when the next group comes, we might see a difference?
Hi, Jeanette. It's lovely to hear your voice again. I think it could be helpful if maybe you could do some kind of workshops with the community to ask them before the new cohort comes, to ask what are the problems you want to work on with the next cohort, because for us it took quite some time to figure out what problem we wanted to focus on, and we only had 2.5 months. So I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, I think it would be really nice to build on, like you just said, that they're still asking for us, so we kind of build a relationship with them. So for the next cohort to also build that relationship further, I think that would be really nice. And also to just really focus from the beginning, like we were like a little bit afraid, it was a bit new and all that, to talk randomly to 30 farmers. So to really just tell them, focus from the start, like that's what the tip you gave us is to, like we had no idea what to do, and to just use our strength to do something. And like I use storytelling, Jorge Water, for example. So yeah, really focus on their strength. I think that's the key point for the next cohort.
Yeah, and maybe as well we were thinking, and we discussed about the environmental room that we think it has a lot of potential as well as the photo exhibition and the products. So maybe it can be a place where next cohort students can work with the community as well as a place of developing workshops or doing any kind of activities, as well as with the kids. So yeah, maybe like to, if possible, keep building on the products and keep adding their opinions and new ideas on these products that we already developed there.
So I do have good news for all of you at CHARM. The libraries, the high schools, and the creches are all willing to have the photo exhibition at the facilities, and it will move in the middle of February to the local library. Everybody is very keen to see the photo exhibition.
That is great
That's
news.
Yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
I see we have a hand online.
Yes, it's Muhammadzani here. I think first I'd like to congratulate the group for a fantastic project and the work that they've done here in South Africa. I think if I were to pose one question to each one of them, I mean, looking at water-related challenges as probably the most important challenge that the community is facing, how would you advise, say, the next cohort of students from your individual research group as maybe something that they could take forward from what you guys worked on individually in your individual research groups? Thanks.
From my side, I work mostly on the participatory methodologies. So I think they are a great way of involving the people and making them feel heard in a way that they can identify their own problems. So in that sense, I think it's very interesting for next students to maybe narrow a bit down as we did with water. For example, as you mentioned, it's a huge issue in the area. So maybe narrow a bit the scope, but then be able to be flexible to what the participants say in order to include all of their perceptions and not impose on them, this is the problem that you have related to water. And maybe even, I don't know, depending on the understanding phase, how much it will take, or if they want to really get into the context like that, then maybe they can also ask about different problems, different challenges that are not related to water and maybe are as relevant as the water scarcity is.
And also, like, we have a little bit of knowledge thanks to our research about the area as well. So we kind of know like very useful, tangible products that could be working on like from straight away, for example, implementing like a community garden or something like that. So working on these kind of projects from the beginning, like we started a bit too late because we had to go to know the area. It's very hard to reach communities. Like only thanks to Jeanette, we were able to get in touch with them and build a relationship. So now it's been kind of done. It's still going to be new faces, but it would be really nice if they could work on tangible products from the beginning. And yeah, I don't know, like setting up a garden or something, that would be really cool.
So I kind of had like an idea as well that it will be great maybe to have like a booklet or something with the stakeholders who will be interested to get in touch. So for example, for future CHARM students, that they can maybe start getting some research before going to South Africa and understand better what they do. And I think that can help as well. And in a way to understand better, like, okay, I want to focus on this individual research, and then what kind of stakeholders I'll be interested to talk to. So I think that can help as well in terms of getting the information in advance as well.
And absolutely, our reports and all the products are available for them. So if they want to contact us before going there, and we can just explain them all of the little that we learn about the context, we are completely open to it.
Also for the Manualetti Center, the educational space as well, it could be an idea as well to show the work that we've done as well. And as Jorge said as well, like if anyone will be interested as well to contact us. So I don't know, to put it on Instagram or something like that, on social media, so we can spread more awareness as well. And that could be also a good idea.
Tama, would you like to add something?
Hi, guys. Yeah, just before getting to your appraisals, and I'd like to take 2 seconds to thank UP, Armanda, and your team, Mo and Abel, for supporting the capstone again another year. This is the 3rd year. Special thanks to Jeanette. I understood through the reports that you really helped a great deal in moving this capstone challenge forward. I think it's the first year where the amount of data and people you were able to connect to is really quite impressive when I'm looking back on the 2 previous years. And I think that's really in great part due to Jeanette, from what I understood. So thank you very much, Jeanette, for helping our students out. And congratulations to you. You guys were able in leaving something behind. I think that's proposing a solution. Maybe you were right not to listen to academics, supervisors with scientific reports, etc., and focus on trying to give something back or leaving something behind, something tangible. And what I think is also quite unique is that, so everybody, I mean, since the last couple of days, we're hearing everything's orienting around communication, collaboration, and enhancing messages. And what's particular, I think, in your toolbox that you're proposing is actually listening tools. The tools you put together and what you're proposing is actually giving people a chance to listen to other people. And that's, for me, even more important than transmitting is being to listen. And what I read from your reports, it's quite impressive. So congratulations on that. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for 1 question from the floor. Okay. He was ready.
Hello. So firstly, I just wanted to say well done, guys. I think empowerment is such an important thing to do in South Africa, and the fact that you empowered so many people to be able to tell their stories and share their narratives is so important. I think that's the best next step to advancing science and sustainability practices in South Africa anyways. So I think it was a really good route. But more outside of the academic side of things, I actually just wanted to ask, how did doing research in such a different place impact you guys as researchers? How, like, on reflection, yeah, how did it change you guys, and how do you guys change your conceptions around science and community involvement moving forward? Yeah.
For me, it impacted quite a lot because, especially as a European, you learn and hear a lot about science in Africa. But then when you go there, it's completely different. So in that sense, I think it's super important that if you do research in that area, it's also very important that you really get into the whole context and the environment, and also really speak to the people that are there and not only to scientists that are in Europe, which could also be good. But I know, in my experience, what we heard, I think it's nicer to be really in touch with the people.
Yeah, it was really fascinating and interesting to see the change in perspective and how you address problems. And even now, as we are talking, we're still focusing from an European perspective or Western perspective, but going to universities and working with scientists that are working from a different world perspective, and they are seeing their continent, Africa, in a completely different light is, it really changed your mind and your conceptions around how science, what science really means, what communication means, how it works in different environments, and how really, as a scientist, you need to adapt, especially as a social scientist, to the different environment you are in. And the side of communication, I think that was crucial for our research, and I never saw the importance of science communication and, in general, communication between stakeholders, between members of the community, between different actors. It is crucial to have a clear communication ways and to be able to express whatever you are discussing in these rooms or in academic papers or anywhere to just everyone so that they can benefit as well.
I think for me, like it's be fully transformative, because unconsciously you arrive with so many preconceived ideas on what should conservation be, what you should do, blah, blah. And then you arrive there and you feel the connection with the people that are working there, with the animals, with the conservation, with their environment, which is, yeah, just really touching. And we've had the chance, I don't know if she's online, I hope so, Monique. No, it's the state vet, state vet, and she just does so much for the animals around with absolutely no resources. She pays for her own vaccinations and all that to give that to the animals, and just to be able to experience, and like we would go on trips with her like every 2 days or something like that, and she would just accept us, and just being able to like go on their journey and to live whatever they're living was just, yeah, it was mind-blowing. Like to see what they can do with nothing is just really, really cool.
Thank you. Team 11, we need to move on. You want? You can talk with them at lunch.
I'll just take one last thing.
Quickly. Team 9, if you want to come to the front.
While they're putting, like, you guys can, if you want, scan the QR code over there. It's you can see the photo exhibition if you want.
Yes, that's your mic.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, so the next presentation is from Team 9. The presentation title is Navigating Marine Conservation with a Community Focus. Okay, people, shh, settle down. We'll have lunch after that. Navigating Marine Conservation with a Community Focus, a strategic roadmap for the Lost Compass in Vanuatu. Members of these teams are Sylvia, Luisa, Laia, and Marcelo. The main stakeholder was Mathieu Bourgarel from the Lost Compass, and the academic supervisor, Patricia Cookie, with Montserrat Camps as second readers. Team, you have 15 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to present the work that we've been doing for the past months. So we are Luisa, Silvia, Marcelo, and me, Laia, and we're going to present Navigating Marine Conservation with a Community Focus in Vanuatu. So in this slide, you can see what we are going to talk about. So it's quite a lot. So we're going to get started with the collaboration. Here, you can see the faces of our lovely team, where we had the chance to combine many different disciplines. And down below, you can see our stakeholder, the Lost Compass. They're a French NGO that work on engaging youth and raising awareness about climate change, and they're starting a new adventure in Vanuatu. So you might be wondering, what's Vanuatu? So Vanuatu is an archipelago of 83 islands in the South Pacific. You can see it here in the map. Kind of, yeah, perfect. And here are some pictures to get you situated and see how lovely it is. It's beautiful. So why are we talking about Vanuatu? Well, Vanuatu is a hotspot for marine biodiversity, but sadly it's facing a lot of ecosystem threats such as cyclones or rising sea levels, overheating, ocean acidification. So they have the goal to, by 2030, protect at least 10% of their marine biodiversity. This is essential, as we know, for the Sustainable Development Goals that you can see on the screen, such as 13 on climate action, 14 on life on the water, or 11 on sustainable communities. It's very important to know that they have a Melanesian heritage, and indigenous and traditional knowledge is still very present in today's society. We also need to acknowledge that for 70 years, it was a French and British colony, and these power dynamics are still present in current norms. So what's the Lost Compass goal? In this context, well, they want to foster sustainable conservation and also community engagement through marine inventories. So now that you know a little bit more what we were doing, this is our research question. How can the Lost Compass contribute to marine conservation in Vanuatu? So as you can imagine, this context is quite foreign to us. And one of our priorities was to have a neutral or, if possible, positive impact on their communities. And this is why we considered many impact pathways. For example, environmental, because we're working with marine conservation. Also educational, because we want to engage with communities and youth. Culture was important to us because we are combining two different knowledge systems, traditional and Western. Also political, we took a gender-sensitive approach to do this research. And lastly, economical, because we looked at sustainable tourism. So now you know our goal. Let's see how we tried to do it. Our methodology was transdisciplinary because, as you know, we come from different backgrounds and it's amazing to be able to combine them. Also, we looked at academic and grey literature, such as NGO publications, and we had a lot of conversations with organizations, researchers, and experts on Vanuatu, local or international. So from that, we did a qualitative data analysis and also a comparative thematic analysis to see common topics between our research. So a little bit about stakeholders. We identified 90 stakeholders and we contacted 40. From those 40, we got a solid 8 replies. And for here, we selected 5 key stakeholders. You can see them on the screen, and they're from the different fields of academia, NGOs, business, and governmental institutions.
Thank you, Laia. This brings us to our main contributions. So in total, we separated our project into 4 main research streams. Sylvia looked into sustainable tourism, since Vanuatu is a very touristy place, and it's one of the main income streams for the local communities, so we saw a lot of potential there. Laia investigated the gender dynamics on the islands to ensure a gender-sensitive approach. I looked into how youth can be involved in the project, since it's one of the Lost Compass's expertise, and we thought we could use that in education in this project as well. And Marcelo looked into the more sciencey part of the project and the current state of marine conservation on the islands and how inventories can play a role there. From these individuals, we got a lot of recommendations. I'm just going to highlight the main ones. So from sustainable tourism, the economic incentives for conservation became really apparent. And inclusive decision-making and leadership is really, really important to assure a gender-sensitive approach. For youth engagement, we realized informal education would be, it has the most potential for success, like a form from workshops or activities on the beach, snorkeling activities, instead of formal education, since in schools they focus on more cyclones and climate catastrophes that happen on the islands. For the inventories, we realized even though the Lost Compass was interested in focusing on deep water research, it might be important to kickstart the inventories in shallower waters since they're easier accessible, and then it's easier to introduce the projects to the communities. 3 main recommendations that came from all of our research streams are the importance for community engagement and co-creation throughout the whole process and development process of the project, the long-term commitment and management needs for sustainable change, and the need for collaboration with local and international NGOs and governmental organizations. These recommendations bring us to our 4 beautiful products. The Lost Compass asked for a stakeholder map and a bibliography synthesis that we have created with a research assistant. And to complete our input, we created a workshop on ethical research because we got quite a lot of lectures on that in CHARM, and through our research in a whole different culture, we came across a lot of ways of how to really ensure the engagement of communities, and we wanted to share that. And then we put everything together in a roadmap for the development of the project. Here you can see our stakeholder map. It's created with Kumu. And here you can see the stakeholders are colored by organization and connected by domain. And the stars indicate our main stakeholders, and the forms show if the people have replied or not. If you click on a stakeholder, you can see more information about them. This is Max from Roa Via. a very, very interested stakeholder that we interviewed. He is the project manager of a sustainable snorkeling company, and he was really interested in collaboration. And this whole map is just a visual representation of a Google Sheets that you can see here. It's very useful for the Lost Compass since they already work in the Google environment, and changes in this map or in this table immediately translate to the map. One limitation is that, as we said, not a lot of people replied, but we see a lot of potential in all of these collaborations. So we think it could be really useful for the Lost Compass. Sylvia's going to introduce you.
Thank you. Yeah, we're moving on to the research assistant. We were asked to provide a list of scientific papers, literature that they could use, but we thought of doing something a bit more original because the Lost Compass has told us many times how little time they have to do research. So this research assistant should help them do research faster on the one hand, but also assist them on the creation of materials that they're going to need later on. For example, for grant proposal, documents, report for potential partnerships with funders, for example. The good things about this research assistant, which is on NotebookLM, as Louisa has said, is that it's on the Google Workspace, which the NGO is already very much familiar with, but also it has a very intuitive interface. You're going to be able to see it in the next slide. Its data processing capabilities are mind-blowing. It really is out of this world. But of course, we acknowledge the limitations because it's a private-owned company AI that can be subject to hacking. So data should be handled wisely there. And also the accuracy and the relevance of all of the answers generated depends pretty much, well, only on the sources that we upload. So the sources that we've chose, we trust, but that doesn't mean that there won't be errors or there can be errors. So you can see here how that looks like. We created 4 different tabs for each one of our individual chapters. We're going into marine conservation now, and on the search bar down below, we're typing just a random question. For example, what are the challenges regarding marine conservation in Vanuatu? On the left side, you see all of the sources that have been added to this tab in particular. It's a maximum of 50 sources per tab, sorry. And in a matter of seconds, it just generates a question, just as a usual AI tool would do. The good thing about it is that each one of the statements is backed up with the sources that you have uploaded. So you can click and see where in the paper that is mentioned and why it is relevant. Also, if you like some of the outcomes, some of the generated responses, you can pin them on the right side of the NotebookLM type and then use them later as resources of your own, which is crazy, really. Yeah. We're moving on to the third product, which is the workshop. Here's how it looks like. It's really beautiful. It's a workshop on engaged research and positionality, and the goals of it are mainly to understand the concepts of both positionality and mindful engaged research, but also to strengthen the team bonds of the people that are going to be doing the workshop all together. And finally, reflect on how one's identity can influence both perspective and decision making, especially if we're planning a project so far away from where we're at, and that is so culturally different than ours. So you can scan the QR code if you want to see how it looks like. We're very proud of it. It's a brilliant work of art, yeah. But ultimately what it does is just introduce engaged research principles that emphasize collaboration with communities and also introduce techniques to enhance both empathy and active listening. Yes, exactly. The goal was to do this, like run the workshop for the Lost Compass, but since the project in its very much initial phase, they don't have a team set for Vanuatu just yet. So we just opted for handing out the workshop materials, hoping that they're gonna be using them later on when moving forward. Yeah.
So moving on to our next last product, that was a roadmap. We thought that like after gathering all this information coming from different domains, we needed to put it into a coherent strategy. So as the Lost Compass we'll have more clarity moving forward with the research and initiative for inventories in Vanuatu. The roadmap has like our key stakeholders, and it has like the main recommendations that we bring into them on how to do this research in a gender-sensitive, cultural, coherent approach. This is not a finalized product, so we want them to take it from here and still use it like as a place where they will include their timelines and budget and team organization structure. I don't know if the slides are moving. Can you see if they? So go back. The main part of the roadmap, we designed like three different collaboration pathways for them. So basically, we won't have to discuss all of them, but we basically saw like what were the potentials for them of like mixing different activities. So like they can have an initiative that will have education together with marine inventories or any other kind. Focusing on the main one, it's like the Transnational Lagoon Initiative. One of our key stakeholders that we spoke to was Carlos Noronha. He's a Portuguese national who moved to Vanuatu 10 years ago, and he's a founder of an NGO called Vanuatu Clean. Basically, he started like going out, really like feeling really distraught with all the pollution that was like floating on up the main lake next to the capital city, Port Vila. So he started going out with a canoe every morning and speaking to local fishermen and tribal chiefs to understand how pollution and all these like plastic was harming their livelihoods. And he ended up creating a grassroots movement that is pressuring the Vanuatu government to take action to protect the lagoon. And he told us that he really needed a partner to go in there and do marine inventories on that lake. And so it immediately struck us, well, I mean, we have one organization here and another there. So this is like the most realistic scenario, an entry point for the Lost Compass in this territory. So basically, in this collaboration, both NGOs are going to be engaging youngsters both in France and in Vanuatu. The Lost Compass is also based at the shores of the Tho Lagoon near Sète, in Montpellier. So these youngsters are going to be going out to both lakes and doing citizen science projects to conduct inventories and know what's the situation of water quality and fish populations. And from them, they'll have the information needed to start doing cleanups and restoration activities in there. So this is like something that we already presented to the Lost Compass, and they really believe that this is something that they could do. So we're happy that we managed to bring this opportunity for them to kickstart their journey in Vanuatu. Now, just for some limitations, we had, like everyone else in our research, some time constraints. We didn't have that many replies from stakeholders, so the pool of experts that we managed to speak to was limited. A physical distance from Vanuatu, we just seen a project of people that went to South Africa and had all this amazing access to local farmers. We could never really speak to the fishermen, on the beach in Vanuatu. But still, I mean, we think that entering in a starting, beginning phase of a project, we were happy to be able to co-construct these with the Lost Compass, and we see a lot of potential moving forward from where we are and how they can use all our information for their initiative in Vanuatu. We are very thankful to our supervisor, Patricia Cucci, as well, and to everyone in the Los Compass that was like so, welcoming and helpful during this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team 11. Is Mathieu, your main stakeholder, here with us on Teams for some comments or questions?
Yes, I am. Hi. Hello.
Hi, if you want to comment on the team works or ask him some questions, the floor is yours.
Yes, first of all, congrats to all the team. It was a really smooth presentation. And also you had some solid and relevant tools for us, and we will use this for sure. Also, we really liked the pathways you explored, also really relevant for us. And one last point is the team you worked as part of our team in the Los Compass, and that enabled us to save precious time on the kickstart of this project. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Mathieu. Thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure for us as well.
Patricia, would you like to add something?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Great. So first of all, I was acknowledge again you amazing guys, because when I remember the beginning of this subject with change in the subject and a little bit of deceptions, we have to say, very quickly you find a positive way to do things. You overcome these problems and you make this subject your own. You really overcame what they asked to you, and it was impressive. And you take each part of the subject, you propose new tools, you made so many things, and you are here, not in Vanuatu, and even if it's not so much contact, is already great to have some, because to have trust of people that work in Vanuatu and you are here in a team, it's very hard. So it's all the time very impressive work you have done, and you are very a specialist, and I am quite proud to work with you. And yeah, congrats, because it's very amazing what you have done. And I have no questions, sorry, Clementine.
Yeah, thank you both, Patricia and Mathieu. Without you and your feedback, you were always there helping us. Everything that you have said has been valuable and has helped us kind of like build the project from scratch. So having the needs of the NGO, but then having your help there too was amazing, really. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you, Patricia. Mathieu, do you want to add something? Oh, Montserrat, are you here with us? Okay, so it's okay if you don't have questions. Praises, it's good as well. Does the floor have questions for you? Yes?
Congratulations for all the great work. I think everyone already give you the praise. So I would like to just ask one question. And you use the power of the AI, right, for this notebook LLM. Could you reflect on it and also maybe share with us some kind of strength and limitation of such tools? I mean, the use of AI. I mean, we have been discussing a lot. It's developing very quickly, so there might be some updates, etc. So I was just wondering if you can reflect on this as strength and also as limitation, let's say.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned before, this research assistant is mainly recommended to them as a way to save time, cut time, because they're working on a voluntary basis. They really do not have the means to read through the article. So this would just be a way of getting a quick summary of whatever we have provided, but also they're going to find out later on, right? The limitations are many. Again, accuracy, the relevance of the answers that are generated depends mainly. That's one of the good things about this research assistant in comparison to others like ChatGPT that we all know of, for example, is that the information that comes up is, as I said, based on your sources, right? So you know if you trust the sources, if you have them checked up or not, and then you know if you're going to be able to rely on the results or not. Of course, this is not a way to use it as a report writing system, but it's there to help. And yeah. Exactly. You do upload the sources. You can create different topics, and you can upload a maximum of 50 sources from scientific articles, NGOs publications, website extracts, everything that you can think of. And then from there, it just does its thing. And the possibilities are really endless. We didn't have time to show everything here, but Marcelo created a podcast out of our 4 individual chapters. He created a 20-minute podcast thing. Maybe you want to explain it a bit better, but
yeah, this is like just like an extra feature that they built into this AI tool. That whatever you can choose whatever sources that you've uploaded, and you can maybe choose them all or just choose one, and you play, and you have like you play, and it generates like one male and one female presenter voice discussing your sources for like maybe 12 or 15 minutes in detail, and as if it was a real podcast. It's really scary. But it is also a way that people will start using it more and more, like when you're like cycling to work or you're just doing something else, washing your dishes, and instead of like being there reading all these papers, you just get the AI tool to generate you like this podcast, and you're listening to the content of these papers. So this will be useful for them as well. This is still only available in English, like the podcast is still only in English. But for the rest, like we created this tool in the Lost Compass French account. So
and professionalism during the whole process has been amazing. I would say you're probably the best team I've ever mentored in a program like this. And well, the outcome speaks for itself. The presentation has been fantastic, and I'm really looking forward to go through all the deliverables. I know there's a lot of work and effort put in there, so I will really check it in detail, and I'm very, very sure that it will be very useful for us as a group, and it will help us in our sustainability purpose. So thanks a lot for the work, and congratulations.
Elizabeth Arroyo, the holder.
Well, ladies, you know that this journey was complex, stressful, but also exciting for all the learning that we obtained together. Just, I'm not going to highlight the academic research work that you have performed during the last semester, because you know the outcome is there. I just wanted to say thank you, because I learned a lot with you too. So congratulations and the best ladies. Thank you.
I don't know if we have the second supervisor, Magnus Hellström, online. Doesn't look like. Any question? Yes. Oh. Okay, any question in the room? Well, I have a question. So because in the title you were talking about corporate sustainability and also individual, I mean, how would your application would be available in the at work? Yes. And also, I mean, do you think people use for private issues or private? See what I mean?
Okay, so I'm going to answer this question because it's more related to my individual chapter. What we found is that when people are more engaged at work, yes. So when they start performing pro-environmental behaviors, this also translates into their private life. So it's kind of like a feedback loop where having more green behaviors at work also translates into more green behaviors outside, but also, for example, commuting to work. It's a behavior that's both personal but also related to work. So commuting is one of the behaviors that's most let's say with the highest emissions. So one of the least sustainable behaviors. And if people change their commuting behaviors from their houses to work, this is a big achievement in personal life in terms of reduction of CO2 emissions.
Yes, and I think I would like to add on that when it comes to the app, there's a function integrated where there is both a collaborative market, but also a community space where the employees can share their ideas, but also their success stories. And what we've learned so far throughout this project is that, for example, the pilot country, which we were thinking about, Brazil, we've had some conversations where it came with HR up that we should focus always on the personal side. And we really let that come back into the app. We don't have the mockups here right now, but for a bigger aspect, they can share their success stories and they can share what they would like to change within their community. We've heard many success stories also from HR, from Roca, on how they listen to their community. And this way, there's, again, a continuous feedback loop on where employees are driven to also make change within their community, just not with the app which they use at the workplace, but they can bring it back to it. I was wondering, you have an intermediate level, which is a local. Okay.
Local
How many
ambassadors, yes.
local ambassador? I mean, currently I mean, you have the people in the company, local ambassador, and then the head. So how many, is there a number of local, who would choose a local ambassador?
Well, I think the local ambassadors are volunteers. So they do this on top of their daily, their daily work routines. And I think when it comes to numbers, right now there are 20 at each location, I think about 10 to 12 on each location. So in total, we are only now provided with the numbers from Brazil for each factory there, but it is actually a growing number too. And they all do it voluntarily, and currently they do not have the guidance nor a tool which they can use. And therefore, maybe this can also increase the number of local ambassadors to making it more accessible. And I think Alice has a lot of research on that.
Yeah, because this was my individual chapter. So I decided to integrate this because they already have climate ambassadors. So I decided to, let's say, make this role a bit bigger. And so their purpose is to adapt the global strategy of Roca Group to each location, because every location has both can have both office workers and operational workers in the factories. So it's very important that there is, let's say, a facilitator, a mediator that can understand how to translate these sustainability initiatives based on the needs of the employees in that location and based on their tools that they can have or not have. So yeah, their purpose in general is to adapt also like the toolkits that we created on the employees' needs of their own location. And the idea was to have them trained by the Roca Group Corporate University, which is a service that they developed. And it's a training service, so they can train them and give them the skills to understand how to use also these tools. So for example, if you have, like we have a lot of barriers, that can be the age, that can be the role of the employees, that can be the language, but it also can be, for example, like they can understand if some employees need more face-to-face workshops than, for example, like digital tools. So this is more or less like their role in a very general way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much for very nice presentations. Also, really great products, guys. So congrats on that. I was just wondering if you have thought about concrete incentives, because I think volunteering is nice, but also, yeah, I think it touched upon human needs, let's say, in terms of acknowledgement, for example. I was just thinking like brainstorming, all of these apps are great, but maybe something like with the credits or a star system or something like that would have been great.
Yeah, so the ATMs, which we have there, each of them goes into a specific action that they should undertake, and one of them is rewards. So, for example, we also found that if companies give incentivized commuting tickets to employees, they also are way more likely to take the bus, or if they have bike loaning programs, they're also more likely to take the bike to work. So that's an example from my side. But Via, I think she has another example.
So within the action book, like I mentioned, it is a top-down approach, but we've also thought about the bottom-up approach. which is more the app. But within the action book, we also thought about it that it is important that there is also communication, that the employees from the ground level have the opportunity as well to speak up, to voice their opinions. And we think that's also a form of recognition, which works positively as well for them to be able to want to engage with sustainable behavior. So that's for the action book part. And for the app, we've also created a recognition page within the app, which I think Alicia can talk more about if she wants.
Yes. To come back to the volunteer part, I think it's important to know that these operational employees, they do volunteer, but the work is, I think now there is no real structure to it because it's more like I have an idea and I communicate it, and that's what they do. However, with this app, we think that introducing every week a new challenge or within a month a new challenge to give them some structure and guidance to even educate them on what they could look at. I wish this was working so I could sort of show the mock-ups, but we have an integrated part on where we show a weekly challenge and, for example, paper waste. And then you give the local ambassadors some key figures on what they could look out for paper waste within their day-to-day work. And that way they can come up with ideas. We share tips on how they can introduce it to their colleagues, and this way they can keep track of it, which is also integrated, but we can keep track. And that way there comes a recognition page on, hey, I don't know, Ellen has done this and she has done this so many times, and we want to show our appreciation for her. We think in our research, we found that leadership and also appreciation is a really big thing when it comes to driving sustainability too. And that is something that we have fully integrated into this app. So each step that is integrated in it, we have made sure that the local ambassadors know that they are seen and that the work they put in, that is actually something been done with it. And I think an important aspect to mention too is that this app is scalable. So we can pilot it within the local ambassadors, but in long term, we can scale it back to the employees. So it's a nice test run to show more appreciation to the local ambassadors. And on long term, it could be all employees within Roca.
You can go and take the picture. Next team. Plenty of time. Alaska.
I will. Let's kind of your stakeholders are coming? Yeah, I think so. Here. And our stakeholders probably. So who is your supervisor? Monica and Alejandro. Cool. That's good when you have this. And Victor is not here. No. Online or not there? I don't know. Okay. And the stakeholder, Esther? Esther, Lydia, Maria. They will come? They said they will come. They still have 4 minutes to go, so. Maybe this. Yeah. Just my bottle of water. Ah, on n'a pas pris quelque part? Bah si, mais elle est... Ah non, elle est là. I'm thirsty. Good. With the curly hair, Lydia's the better than here, than there. Les stakeholders sont là. Les trois dames.
C'était un peu différent.
Okay. Please take your seat. Okay, so we're hosting now challenge 7, driving sustainability is for a sustainable future at Escuder. Sophie, Emma, Annabelle, Isabel, and Christiana. And the stakeholders Lia Felipe and Maria Martinez, which are welcome. And the academic supervisor are Monica Martinez Lopez y Alejandro. Now the floor.
Hello? No. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hello and welcome, everyone. I know it has been a long day already, but we hope that you find some energy to listen to us because we are very excited to present you our capstone project, Driving Sustainability, Defining Strategies for a Sustainable Future at Escuder. Okay. And therefore, we're going to guide you to an introduction of our project, our individual research, and our product as outcome of our research. And therefore, I firstly want to introduce you to my amazing team, consisting of Christiana, Sophie, Isa, Emma, and myself. And here you can see us standing in a warehouse visit of our stakeholder company called Escuder. And Escuder, yeah, exactly. Escuder is business-to-business distributor of raw materials for the cosmetic, pharmaceutical, and food sector. And now Isa is gonna give you a more detailed background on our project.
So first of all, I would like to give you a little theoretical background, for instance, the societal relevance of the project. So as we know, we are living in a more transformative and full of change era. So there is an always more pressuring and present need for businesses to adapt to more sustainable practices today. And the scope of our challenge was mainly to supporting Escuder at improving their environmental stewardship across all of their operation. And as you can see here, the SDG that are connected to the challenge are SDG 9, 12, 13, and 17. And now I would like to walk you through the timeline of our process that led us to the formulation of our research question. First of all, we started by addressing initial packaging and transportation challenges, which were mainly identified by our stakeholder as a main area of focus. We then evaluated the feasibility of different project ideas. We conducted a gap analysis to identify unaddressed issues, and this led us finally at the formulation of our research questions based on our findings. And now Christiana will dive deep into it.
Thank you, Isa. Does it work? I'll just use this one. Okay, thank you, Isa. So as Isa said, the timeline led us to our main research question, which is how to render and enhance sustainability across the operations for Escuder. Now to answer, this is a bit of a broad question, and to answer it, we divided our question in 5 main subtopics, meaning buyers and drivers to transition to green practices in Escuder, fostering a sustainable culture inside of the company, business-to-business sustainable communication, sustainable materials and packaging, and leveraging green information systems. So a bit of about our research methodology. We had a different approach. We had both primary and secondary data, and we had mixed methods, observational data, survey, focus groups, and also we engaged directly with our stakeholders with meetings, and we analyzed our data in different ways, such as Excel, semantic analysis, and eco audits for the materials. Now, I will start introducing you to our research findings, starting from my own. So I investigated the barriers and drivers to transition to green businesses within Escuder. And the reason I thought this was an important topic to look at is because through our research, we saw that for small to medium-sized enterprises, it is really difficult to adopt green practices, usually because they don't have the same capacities that bigger businesses have. And we thought that if we look at their barriers and their drivers specifically, we can prioritize the company's needs and we can directly inform their priorities for an action plan, and then we created at the end. But also we defined what green businesses are through the literature as efforts that a company makes to decrease the negative impacts on local and global environments, economy, and society. So a little bit about my findings. Of course, the barriers are different from business to business, but for Escuder, we found that the lack of technical and specialized knowledge about sustainability was a bit of a problem. And budget, which is a usual one, lack of clear governmental legislations, and a really important one was support from the supply chain. However, we also saw that Escuder is very strongly driven ethically to be more sustainable and cares deeply for the environment. So it has an internal drive to change, but also an external drive that we found was to be at pace with the market evolution in their field. And a really important opportunity that emerged is that they're joining a local network with smaller businesses in Ruby where they operate to promote circular economy locally, which will, we believe, will put them upfront with their sustainability goals in the future. And finally, all these findings I put in a SWOT analysis, which I don't know how much you can read it here, but it's also in the poster outside. So we visually highlighted the strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats for Escuder to have a base where to start from for an action plan. And now I'll give the word to Emma.
So my research part concentrated on the B2B sustainability communication, and how I started my research is formulated a question of how can Escuder communicate more effectively its commitment to sustainability to their business partners. And what I wanted to achieve is I wanted to design a strategic communication approach that can effectively convey Escuder's sustainability initiatives, also by keeping in mind that greenwashing is a very common practice in the industry, or it's very highly common. And on the other hand, there is a big driver from companies to learn about more sustainable actions and learn about other companies' actions as well and sustainability. So how I did my research was I did two thematic analyses. One of them was an observation at a conference, which was the Cosmetorium conference, which we had the chance to participate in. And I observed the industry and what they are doing, how they are doing it. And I observed that greenwashing is a big phenomenon in the industry. There is a gap between marketing messages and actions, which also kind of leads to green advertising being like very high, and also kind of a lack of understanding of greenwashing. On the other hand, what I experienced at Escuder in their company when I did a focus group conversation with them is that their current marketing strategy is very tradition based, and salespeople are one of the most important touch points to their clients, and digital tools are not used to their full potential. For the future sustainability communication plans, it was clear that it is needed. There is a drive, but about the content and strategies, it's a little bit unclear. So it revealed that there is a need to adopt more strategic communication approach to use the personal and digital channels to their fullest. And I will.
Yes, so for my part, sorry, that's a little loud. I looked into green information systems. Green information systems help optimize operations, resource efficiency, but also enhance transparency. And the specific ones I looked into are sustainability dashboards, CO2 calculation tools, and, for example, artificial intelligence. Why did I look into it? Escuder currently doesn't use any. They are using a CO2 tracking tool from InEdit, a consultancy company. But we think by incorporating them, they can achieve more operational excellence and environmental optimization. So by leveraging these tools, they will be better at decision making, resource management, and they can align their goals better.
So for my research, I did a survey among the employees of Escuder, and I highlighted 3 main findings, as you can see above me. So the first one is that 78% of the employees at Escuder are not using any of these digital tools, or think they're not using any of these digital tools, and that also makes sense from the research and from the information we received. And with that comes that 80% of the employees are not even aware that these tools exist. But on a good note, 76% of the employees are willing to adapt these tools into their day-to-day processes. And another important finding from my research were the implementation barriers. So the most important were the lack of time and insufficient training. So this asks for a phased implementation plan, but also easy to use tools. And actually, contrasting to what Christiana said, for my research, cost was the least concerning. And that also makes sense because, as Escuder highlighted many times, input is output. And then I will give it to Annabelle.
Yeah, thank you. So in my research, I focused on Escuder's sustainable transition and packaging. And the scope of my research was to reveal a strategy to find alternative packaging, which then can be reapplied. So Escuder has the chance to react to the constantly evolving market. And why did I do that? Escuder has packaging of at the core of its business. And currently, Escuder is mainly using packaging made from plastics of non-renewable resources. So making packaging more sustainable is crucial for Escuder's sustainable transition. However, surprisingly, it turned out that this is a highly complicated process and therefore a strategic approach is needed. And how did I tackle this challenge? Firstly, I conducted eco-audits for the currently used packaging. And the outcome was an overview of the environmental impact of the currently used packaging. And this data can be used for reporting, but also to compare to alternatives. And in the next step, thank you. I looked at alternative scenarios, as you can see in this diagram. In the first scenario, I looked at replacing the currently used material with a 50% recycled portion. And in a second scenario, I looked at a 20% weight reduction. And it turned out that there is a 20% environmental saving potential for both scenarios. Yeah, no. Okay. And in the next step, I worked with a material database to reveal alternative packaging materials based on Escuder's needs. And the outcome, you can see here this diagram showing the environmental and economic impact of the alternatives. And all this then turned into recommendations, which you will hear about more later.
Yeah, and finally, as my subtopic, we have the fostering a sustainable culture within Escuder. Why I thought this was a really big important step for a company such as Escuder, because right now currently there is a presence of sustainable initiatives, but they are fragmented and most informally. So what we thought that was that a need of a cultural shift to ensure that sustainability practices could really become consistent, visible, and impactful through, for example, the creation of a green team or green task force. And going further with my findings, so I wanted to gain more insight on this. I wanted to go directly on the source, so the employees, and I conducted a survey, as you can see. And first of all, of course, I conducted a survey on the willingness of them to participate in company workshop about sustainability practices, to gain more knowledge and skills. And as you can see in the graph, of course, we had an overwhelming majority. So this really ends on a positive note. This really highlights their eagerness to gain knowledge and skills about the topic. And then continuously, I wanted to gain more insight about that and about understanding if the employees really understand the current sustainability initiative. So here we actually have a gap because there is a lack of awareness of the current sustainability initiative among them. And these we found out might be due to insufficient internal communication or lack of visibility of current initiative. And now going further, with the general limitation of a research outcome, we found that they are mainly due to time constraints, researchers' background, of course, and finally, within the survey, we gathered a limited sample size and response rate. However, now continuing with the report, Sophie will tell you.
Yes, so continue to the product. Next one, please. So as you heard, all our research is pretty different and they're all in different departments of the company. So we had a little bit of a struggle to combine our research outcomes and recommendations. So that's why in the end we came with a detailed action plan. And the part that you see is the timeline of it. We also have an explanatory document, but it's really long with all the steps explained, and I will not bother you with that at the end of this really long day, but this is for Escudero to use. But as you can see, we have the timeline with 4 phases. And you also, back one, please, yes. And you also see the green and the yellow color because we used the prioritization method. For green is must have and yellows are should have. Yeah. So phase 1 is about the current position of Escudero. So you can see that we start, for example, with a benchmarking, sustainability task force, or of course, goal setting. And for the second phase, we look at the development of strategies. So internal, external communication strategies, preparation for the packaging shift, but also a training program, for example, the use of the green information systems. And then in the third phase, we look at the implementation of the sustainability practices. So here we're actually implementing the communication strategies. We're changing, for example, the transportation company, the materials, but we also start testing the green information system tools. And then the fourth phase is the reporting phase, and we recommend Escudero to do CSRD reporting, but also EU taxonomy. And as you can see, there are a few to-dos that are extending along different phases. This is because they are ongoing activities, and we mainly highlighted the feedback loops, which is all the way up top, because from our research, we found out that constant feedback will cause for a smooth implementation. And also important to highlight is that these steps can be repeated every time you're done with the timeline. You just take out the to-dos, you put the new to-dos in, and there you go. You have a new plan. You can start all over again. And then we'll leave it to Emma to conclude it.
So as a conclusion, we do think that by Escudero, by implementing the proposed action plan, they can achieve enhanced operational sustainability, stronger alignment with environmental, social, and economic goals. And we truly believe that that as we see the potential in Escudero as well, they could take the leadership position in sustainability practices in their area, Ruby, in their industry. And we would like to thank also our supervisors, stakeholders, our lovely team, to doing this research together. It was truly an experience, and we really appreciate it.
It's time for question. So, yeah, here you are. So I will.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by Barcelona, and especially Avelina, for their support. Okay. Sorry. Well, I'd like to start by thanking the University of Barcelona and especially Avelina for their support and excellent organization in this project. Initiatives like CHAR-EU capstone are essential for promoting sustainability and for sustaining collaboration and shared learning. To our 5 students, girls, congratulations on the outstanding work you have done. Your report is full of valuable and innovative ideas that will greatly help Escuder in our sustainability efforts. Beyond your professionalism, I want to highlight your kindness and approachability, which have made the experience truly enriching. We live here with new perspectives, inspiration, and gratitude for everything you have shared during these months. Thank you also to the Chair of You team for making this collaboration possible. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And now I will ask the stakeholders. Are you okay? No, the supervisor. Sorry, I'm.
So, well, we have very happy with you. You have done a very, very good work. You have worked very hard, and you are a nice team. Congrats for your effort. Has been a pleasure to supervise you. Thanks a lot for your work.
Thank you very much.
I also think the same as Monica, that you're a great team. You have evolved a lot during the last months. And also I want to thank Escuder for their disposal to work with you and to open their company in order for you to elaborate this great work. Congratulations.
Any question from the floor?
Thank you for your nice presentation. Just a brief question, your roadmap and your strategy that you propose in terms of phasing. First of all, what's the strategy used to phase it and why you selected that type of phasing? And were you able to attribute or start thinking about the budget associated to phasing these different steps? And what does this represent for Escuder?
What concerns the budgeting, we didn't particularly allocate the budget because, as you saw, it depends a lot on the different parts of the company, how the budget is allocated. But for this, we put in the timeline, we put one of the actions as once they identify what they want to work on to actually sit down and then allocate budgets. So the budget allocating is an actual step of the timeline because it is variable. But for the different phases, maybe.
I can take that question. So we really wanted to concentrate on this reusable aspect of the product. It was very important for us to build a cycle, and that meant that we need like an evaluation process of the current situation, and then a goal setting, and then implementation, and then reporting, because reporting is something that that is going to happen every year. They always need to report, and every year they're probably going to achieve different goals so that they can return back to the first step every beginning of the year and reevaluate where they are at the moment. And we really wanted to make sure that the two other phases, the implementation and the planning phase, they can take out and put in as many actions as they want. It is probably not going to happen that they can change the transportation, the packaging, each of those steps in 1 year. But we wanted to show that this can be like adaptable to their needs and each year.
Yeah, and to add on to that, we also did a literature review in the steps of project implementation. And from that, there are usually 4 phases they use. But they always end with like a closing. And since we wanted to keep it open, we changed those 4 phases a little bit so that they're more fitting with the loop we talked about. So for example, instead of the 4th phase being the closing phase or the end of the project, for us, it's the reporting stage because it will come back again. And you're already starting with that when you're also already starting with your new to-dos of the year. So yeah, I don't know if you want to. Any other questions?
Great work, guys. It looks very thorough, so I really enjoyed the presentation. I'm just curious, and sorry if I maybe missed this, but did you sort of model your solutions after maybe things that are already being done in, say, in the B2B raw materials sector or in like similar industries, or was it kind of completely based on your own primary research?
I can answer. Well, it's mainly based on the recommendations from our own research. So we did the focus group, the survey, the observational research at the cosmetorium, but also based on literature review and what we saw at other companies. We came up with these recommendations, and we know they are a lot because they are over so many departments. But I think they were all really important, and that's why we included them, even though it's not realistic to all incorporate this within a year. But they came from our individual research, and also a lot of things were overlapping. For example, Christiana looked into the barriers and drivers, and some of her points were overlapping with, I don't know, a lack of communication or sustainability strategy, what came also forward in Emma's research, for example. Yeah.
Obviously, yeah, some developed specifically from the research, the internal research we found, but other things, for example, the network, we did found research that network can usually advance a lot, especially smaller to medium enterprises can advance a lot their position in sustainability because they can share resources within different businesses. That one was something that was backed up by research as well, whereas other ones were mainly tailored to what the individual outcomes were.
Hope this is going to work. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, first of all. I have a question. Since you've all worked for like different measures or different sectors, do you have any recommendations? What should be done first? Because if you have 1,000 recommendations, I think it's really important for the people working at Escuder to be like, okay, we're going to tackle this first and then this second. I think that would be really.
Yeah, so my individual research specifically was a bit more general, as you saw. It looked into barriers and drivers that go through different sectors as well. And that one was used a little bit as a backbone to see what the main priorities were, because we looked generally at what their perception of all the employees was. And of course, a lot of the answers of my research then overlapped with theirs. Which is how we prioritized, for example, the knowledge is a really important one, so let's put that at the earlier stage. And also Sophie found a similar thing, and Emma as well, and that's how we prioritized. I don't know if someone wants.
To start with. But of course, like there's not a lot of space between them. So the process will probably take longer than what you see here. But for example, in the first phase, we start with the internal introduction of sustainability, because in order to implement any sustainability within the company, it needs to be very important that everybody understands it. And then that will go hand in hand again with, for example, ISA's workshops. So
And now we have a short break, and you can proceed for the picture. And team can come and check presentation, please. So we'll be back at
Three, right? That's all I'm checking. If everybody can start getting their seat, please. We're going to start the last presentation of the afternoon. Hello.
All right, students, please take a seat now. So welcome in the very, very last presentation of the Grand Finale 2025. So this is the last group of today. I want you to just keep the spirit. And I see also new faces. So I would like to welcome everyone here. So the parents of the students, family and friends, also University of Barcelona staff. I also see a phase 1 student here. So yeah, I think it's gonna be very, very exciting presentation. Not to put pressure on you guys, but yeah, so let's just stand up for a while. So let's do a breathing exercise. All right. So it's been a long day. And before the last presentation, I wanted to, that you have a really good intention to listen to the presentation and also interact and get ready for the final session of the grand finale. So close your eyes. To all the students, so this is the last day where you're gonna present, well, the last group you're gonna present the product. Think about what you're gonna do after this. Think about the reflection. Think about the graduation, the ceremony on Thursday. So let's take a deep breath. Hold it for 5 seconds. And then breathe out through your mouth. Let's do one more. And breathe out. One more. Breathe out. Slowly open your eyes. And then do an exercise with your hands, a bit of movements. Yes. And your hand, do a circle a bit from one side and then to the other side. And then we ended up with an applause and an open heart to start with the presentation.
Super. Thank you, Anita. Okay, so last presentation, we have the honor to welcome challenge number 15, titled Tides and Timelines, Mapping Heritage in and for Changing Climates. So this presentation is going to be proposed by Jim, Gianluigi, Christelle, and Marcello. It's proposed by Utrecht University. Diana Cox is the stakeholder and supervised by Abby Unita from Utrecht equally, and Sylvia Gallagher as the second reader. So enjoy the speech.
Thank you. Guys, welcome once again. We made it to the end, man. Come on, one more round of applause. Finally. Woo. Okay, I'm gonna need your attention for about 15 more minutes and then we're done. Okay, so welcome to our presentation. It's called Tides and Timelines, Mapping Heritage in and for Changing Climates. This is Gianluigi, Christelle, Marcello, I'm Jim. Let's go. Cool. So to give a bit of background, we've had some presentations on climate adaptation before, and we've had some presentations on cultural heritage before. So it's time to connect the two, I think. So the idea is that local cultural heritage and indigenous knowledge, they are uniquely suited for contributing to climate adaptation. So specific regions, they have their own cultural heritage, they have their own indigenous knowledge, and they can contribute to solving these climate challenges. However, these cultural heritage practices are often overlooked, or they clash, like local practices, they clash with national interests or national law. And these clashes aren't very well documented, they aren't very well known, but they need to be addressed or solved before, like to foster more inclusive climate governance. So that's why our research objective is to document and analyze the evolution of cultural heritage practices and their implications for inclusive climate adaptation. And in doing this, we focus on two coastal communities, namely Zeeland in the Netherlands and La Malera in Indonesia. And we have been checking how cultural heritage has been shaped and reshaped since the mid-20th century. So a stakeholder, or the people we're doing this project for, is Sea Change. You're involved. Can you move one slide back? Yeah, cool. So Sea Change is a research project. They're dedicated to documenting how coastal communities perceive and adapt to environmental changes through the lens of their cultural heritage. So let's dive a little deeper into our research. So over to you.
Thank you, Jim. And how we did it, we opted for three main approaches. And and for that we use also diverse resources. And the first approach was document analysis, and for that we used legal policy and archiving texts and also government and institutional reports, this to map and track the changes in governance and heritage. We also use audiovisual and media to analyze how these changes were lived and experienced. And finally, we did thematic analysis to see, to identify the themes. Next. So I would like to just give a little bit about the context of Zeeland. Zeeland is situated in the delta of the Riem, the Meuse, and Schelde River, and it is below the sea level and the coastal line for the North Sea, which make the region prone to flooding. And in the night of February 1st, 1953, a storm was stronger than the defense system that was in place, and the dike broke, which led to a catastrophic flood in the Netherlands, and more than 1,800 people died, and with a lot of economic damages, which was kind of wake-up call or revealed that the Dam system, the weaknesses of the Dam system, and led to improvement and changes in the water management system. So now I would like to move to how the water management laws evolved since the catastrophic flood. I will say that is divided in four main phases. The first phase was right after the flood, the catastrophic flooding, which was mainly about responses to the flood. And there was a committee, Delta Committee, that was implemented to assess the damages and come up with recommendations for the new flood systems. and which led to the Delta Act. And the Delta Act focused on building a strong food system. And this was the beginning of the Delta Works. I don't know if you know about the Delta Works, which is a system of dam and dike and just aim to protect the Netherlands and Zeeland for the flooding. And then after this flood system, there were also environmental issues which led to, beside the food protection, involve water quality of environmental issues. And from that, the Water Surface Act came in 1970. And this was to strengthen the water board, which is responsible for the water management at the local level. And the act strengthened the water board, to manage the water quality. And then I would say the third phase was more about an integrated approach, a shift in the integrated approach, moved from flood defense and integrated ecological issues and economic growth. And the Water Management Act for 1989 was just to provide a frame where all those a decentralized system that not only solved safety issues, but also deal with economic growth and ecological consideration. Finally, I would say the last phase, maybe which we in, it's more with more for the future and the climate adaptation. And this was the Water Act. And the most famous project is the River for the Room, which is more reducing the pressure for the dike, protecting the Netherlands, and make some space for the river. Come in and, like the Dutch says, give back the land to the water. And now I will give to Marcelo continue.
Yeah, sure. Because now it's time to see what was the cultural impact of the evolution of the legal environment that we saw before. So in the first phase, the immediate response, the damages of the 1953 flood had the whole community of the Netherlands, not just Zeeland, but the whole country, agreeing on a stronger and more centralized governmental approach, a more defensive approach. Thus, it was elaborated a plan to completely seal off the estuaries of the Schelde, especially the Oosterschelde. This was one of the many plans for Delta Works. The thing is that this clashed with local communities, and even in local communities there can be different interests. In this case, farmers and fishers. Farmers saw this plan to dam the whole Oosterschelde as a godsend. Finally, they won't have to deal with salt water filtrating into their lands, but fishers, on the other hand, would have their activities blocked. Plus, the local environment would also get completely affected. We saw a major response in the form of the protest against the full enclosure of the Oosterschelde that almost took a decade from 1967 to 1976, uniting environmentalists and local fishermen, oyster farmers, and their legal representatives, arguing for permeable pier, which then evolved into a storm surge barrier, which meant the waters from the sea will still flow inland, but at the minimum suspect of a storm approaching, they would close the locks. This was a decision that took years of struggle and protest to reach. And also there was a waste of money in between because Rijkswaterstaat refused any option that was not a full enclosure. This was definitely an exception in the long history of cooperation of the Dutch and consultation. So they had to redo all the works. This costed money, costed time, but in the end, they finally reached a solution that mitigated both interests, protection and conservation of the local heritage. This manifests ideally in the integration part, because there have been ways to connect the private and public in Dutch history. There is a long history of putting differences aside to prioritize defense. But then in our times, in times of adaptation to climate change, plenty of the local people have found that the governmental responses are not enough to mitigate the problems derived from climate change. So this pushes people to ask for a more centralized and strong governmental response, akin to the aftermath of 1953 flood. So with this said, I'll pass to the next case.
Okay, I understand that the Dutch case was quite tough to swallow. So I would like to invite everyone to take a bit of detour and go to the other side of the continent, which to Indonesia is that island in the southern part of the country. We will start by getting to know this community called Lamalera. This community is a community that has practiced whaling, subsistence whaling, for more than 500 years to this point. The practice itself is called Tabanuang. And the important keyword in here is the subsistence, which means that they hunt whales for living, to nourish themselves. They still practice it to this day. And through the years, a set of customary laws developed over time to govern the whaling practices. For example, they emphasize heavily on the sustainability ethos and also community cohesion by deciding how to ideally divide the whale amongst the community. I understand that whaling can be quite a sensitive topic here, so we will discuss about that later, because after 500 years, things gradually change. 3 different key changes are identified. These are the three key themes. The first is technological adaptation, which started by the introduction of motorized boats. So traditionally, they only hunt whales by rowing, and they would go out to sea, they would catch the whale. But later, people introduced motorized boats, and then they adopted other kind of fishing methods, like net fishing and trawling and other stuff. I don't think they do trawling, but then as soon as at the end of the century, there is decentralization, which led to improved local infrastructure and public services. So we are talking about introduction of electricity, of paved roads to Lamalera. They only have that for 25 years now. And also telephone services. And then by improved access to Lamalera, some other actors are coming to the area, which, for example, are conservation agencies, which are concerned about the whaling practices, and they want to they have different ideas about how this is supposed to be done. So there were conflicts there, and also the national governments who wanted to establish a marine conservation area in the island. So there was a bit of controversy on the area since 2007 and onward. We will look about that quite later. So at the right, you can see the green area that represents the current marine conservation area. And you can see on the southern section of the waters of the coast, it is excluded from the green area, which means that it is not marine protected, because the Lama Lewans live there. This is a product of legal change that has been like a result of like Lama Lewans pushing back against this, like the government, they want to do things, but Lama Lewans push back, and as a result, ultimately, they managed to make the sea excluded from the entire part of the conservation area. We will also touch on the bill. So there's also a bill on other community rights that has been developed since 2014, 11 years ago, but it hasn't been codified into law, and it's still ongoing. But there's also good news that Lewah Nuang has been recognized as an intangible cultural heritage since 2018. So it's not all bad news here. And I guess this will make me move away to Marcello.
Yes. So the sharing insights we can get from these two cases is that it's very important to cooperate and consultate to reach sustainable solutions. And legal pluralism is as well important, because as long as every voice is heard, we can reach better solutions that include everything, everyone. Avoid the waste of money. And with this, it's also important to keep in mind that culture changes continuously. It's not something static. We always add something on top of each other. And to explain this even better, we have prepared something that we're going to present right now.
So there has been quite a few things about that we discussed. So our future impacts will be from the short term to longer term impact. We thought about it, I think, during the last class. And so we would like to first focus on archiving, which is basically what the Sea Change is all about, to archive documenting heritage experiences for future generations. We would also want to raise awareness to help Sea Change raise awareness of often overlooked heritage practices and their importance for sustainability. And then policy influence, maybe this can be a bit longer. And essentially, we want to support and inform inclusive policymaking. So this impacts that we see in mind inform and shape the type of solution we are proposing, which is interactive timeline.
Okay, you get one more QR code to scan. Yes. Okay, so you'll find our product when you scan this QR code. It's an interactive timeline, as John just mentioned. We tried making a visual and interactive tool to map all these changes and evolutions we just talked about. Both cases are mapped in the same timeline, so you can easily see the changes and if they happened at the same time or not. So this directly contributes to Sea Change's purpose of archiving all of these changes and, yeah, like John just said, inform better policy in the end. So everyone got the QR code so we can, yeah, let's skip it. Okay, so to conclude quickly, cultural heritage can offer valuable insights to climate adaptation, but it requires more inclusive governance. So we try to contribute to this a little bit. And interactive tools like these, hopefully they're a little engaging. They can help bridge the knowledge gaps and raise awareness, foster collaboration between stakeholders at all levels, and contribute to a better world. Yeah. So, thank you. I just want to quickly thank Abby Unita, our supervisor, Jana Cox, the main stakeholder, and Anissa for all the help. So thanks if you're watching. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for this nice final presentation. We're going to leave the floor first to your stakeholders. So Jana Cox from Utrecht University, if you would like to share your comments, questions with your group.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all of you. I hope you can hear me okay. We've got a little bit of wind here in the Netherlands. So it was really nice just over the whole time to see you working so well as a team, and you were all very diverse and you brought very different perspectives. So congratulations on being able to really integrate all of those sort of backgrounds and disciplines into the thesis as a whole. I think I can speak for the whole consortium in saying we really enjoyed your involvement throughout the whole time, especially your involvement during our kickoff. And I think the timeline you created is both very beautiful and also really of great use to us in terms of the wider Sea Change project. So thank you for all your hard work. I do have a question. It's a little bit general, and so maybe you can answer in pairs or per country. But after sort of completing all of this research, you've really analyzed law and policy. So if you look at the Dutch or the Indonesian policy in terms of how climate adaptation strategies and cultural heritage are being treated, what kind of practical first step would you give the policymakers to better integrate coastal communities in either of your cases? Like a really sort of, yeah, first step that we could take, let's say, in the next year based off your research.
Okay, I can answer for the Indonesian case, I think. So the main issue there is, so Lamalera is an indigenous community, and indigeneity is, well, it's officially recognized by national law, but their practices, they're not really recognized, if you know what I mean. So I think the first step here is in national policy making, national governance, to include, amplify indigenous voices just way more. Local governance like Adat law can offer so much, and it's just, it's not integrated into national law. It barely is. So I think that's an important first step. As for the Dutch case,
I think I will go in the same direction, and an inclusive decision will be important. Include as much as stakeholders possible, and to avoid conflict and tensions that may raise due to some specific laws. Yeah, I don't know if Marcelo want to add something about.
Yeah, particularly continuing this long tradition of consultation and cooperation to avoid time wasting, money wasting, and possibly taking in consideration also the realities of different countries. Create more of this consultation and cooperation between borders.
I think lastly, adding from the Indonesian perspective, I would like to say that it's important for the government to listen to their own people and not making laws that is just like out of the blue. I think a lot of the case in this case is that the government makes their own laws in a very like nationalist perspective, but they don't really take into account the perspective of the locals, which will be really impacted by those laws. And I think the feedback mechanism has not been really well developed. So I think that will be addressed. That will need to be addressed first.
Great.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
That's everything from me, I
Thank
think.
you. Thank you.
oh my God, Abby, you made it.
So that's a good introduction to your supervisor.
yeah. She's in Indonesia right now.
I think everyone around her is asleep, so I think maybe she can't turn her microphone on. Yeah, so, but she passes along her congratulations as well.
Yes, so I have Abby's message here. So Abby is here. Abby is a supervisor of this group. She's in Indonesia for the research, also for a Sea Change project. So Abby said, thank you for your efforts. It was a pleasure to see the capstone taking shape over the last few months, and it will surely be useful for Sea Change project. And she wishing you all the best in your post-JARM endeavors. And I think, we can give a round of applause. Yes, as someone who is also involved in the project, I think your capstone is a bit different with the others because there are a lot of more research-oriented processes. But I think when we see the timeline, we've been communicating also via WhatsApp when you're presenting. In terms of the timeline, I think it's very like visually very interactive. And we can use that, of course, to set up the research, let's say, because we need this documentation as well to start with the local archiving of the indigenous practices and also the strategies in the Netherlands as well. So yeah, thank you so much for all your work, and yeah, I think you've managed very well at the end. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Anissa. Okay, it's time for the floor. Years, you won't get away this easily. It's your last chance for questions, so here.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very nice. Galang from Indonesia, and I actually also coming from South Sulawesi, which is I share the same tribes and the same ancestor with the people that they are presenting in Indonesia. So yeah, we are coming from the kind of sailors, fishermen's ancestors. My question is like, after you do all this research, kind of coming from me as a younger generation of these tribes, that, you know, like this is now, in the past, people used to hunting the whales for the economic reasons, is the oil of the past. But nowadays it's not the case, right? So in your opinion, why it is still worth it to preserve this whale hunting culture? Instead of like, for example, like changing or like, you know, like stopping, or maybe just do the whale seeking for tourisms, like something like that, like try to modify the cultural, because now we are in the new era, and then like it's better to preserve the whale conservations instead of like keeping the tradition is no longer relevant anymore. I think that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Gibbon, for the question. Galang, sorry. To answer that, I think it's also important to consider that this practice is essentially what enables the Lamalerans to survive in that specific part of the island, because this is not an area that is very suitable for farming. So they cannot really do farming in that area. The terrain, the soil quality is just not good for that. So in order to sustain themselves, they just look out to sea and say, oh, maybe we can find something out of the sea to eat. And that's how they started whaling. And they also did some barter trading with the communities on the villages on that same island. So I think, So in that island, there are some communities that stay in the mountains, and there are some other communities that stay on the coast. And these people, they trade between each other. They trade the whale meat that they dry, whale jerky. They trade for corn, for cassava. So this is kind of the way for them to balance the diet. And that's how they are able to survive this past 500 years. And that's also like the concepts that you mentioned are also the concepts that are brought by the conservation movement, such as WWF. They went there to like basically advocate for this transition towards like whale watching instead of whaling. But I think the most important thing to consider in this is that if there is a change, that will be best like to be brought from the inside. So if the Lamaran people wants that change, it is to be encouraged, but it is not to be like other people, like outsiders. I consider myself an outsider, even though I'm Indonesian. But so I don't feel like it's right for me to tell Lamalerans to stop whaling and do something else because it's bad. So I think it's their right to decide on that. I think that's for me. You want to add something?
Yeah. So I just wanted to add that even if they find a different ways to subsist, it would be better, and it's also one of the main points of presentation, that they achieve that from their own consulting and cooperating with the local authorities, which also reminds us that it's the indigenous status, something that they are really striving for. So the point is to reach something akin to not exactly the same thing as the Netherlands, but at least to let the voice of the unheard be heard.
Any more questions?
Sure, it's your last chance. No, so nice round of applause then. Please picture time for you guys. I think there's a couple of messages.
Can we have your attention, everyone? So we're almost at the end of the day, and now there's some student-led small activities. Well, the activity first, there's going to be a speech by Tirza and Sarah, and that's not going to be small. So please, we really want you to give them your full attention because it's an important topic. And afterwards,
And of course, we would never leave you hanging without a nice meditation to close us. So please bring your attention for our speech. We'll close with a little activity and then a little surprise. So a little bit more to go. We'll invite Sara and Tirza to come up if you're ready. And I invite you to give your attention to your fellow peers. One little bit longer.
Hello. Test. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're sure that after such a long day, we're all feeling a bit like our brains might give out any minute now. But just hang on with us for a few minutes, and then we can all go home to blankie mode or party mode or whatever mode, inclusivity. First of all, we should all take a moment to recognize what we just achieved. Seriously, can you believe that these past 2 days have been the culmination of all the hard work we've put in throughout the last year and a half? All the group meetings and reports, all the disagreements and conflicts, all the PDPs and self-reflections, whatever the difference is. We got through all of that. We're on the other side.
Now, as we take a breath and try to process everything, we want to ask you to zoom out for a second, to take a step back and think about something bigger. I can imagine we're all feeling tired. The presentations, the deadlines, the pressure, it's been a lot. But we want you to think about something else too, that the exhaustion we feel right now isn't just about today. It's not just about this program. Sorry, it's hard to read because I'm shaking too much. Thank you. It's not just about this program or the constant demands we put on ourselves. The world itself can be exhausting. There's so much happening that can leave us feeling, thank you, like we're drowning in a sea of overwhelming problems. From wars to climate change, from genocides to the orange-faced presidents that support them. It feels like we're all being asked to carry a weight too heavy for any of us to bear.
And it's so easy to feel small in the face of it. It's so easy to disconnect, to turn away, to think, what difference can I even make? The other day, I was talking with someone from here, they know who they are, about protests. How it's easy to feel like they don't make a difference, especially for issues like the genocide in Palestine, Sudan, Congo. They're happening far away from us. Why go scream in the streets if we know that the people in power won't change a thing? What's even the point, right? Most of us have been taught that the only way to have a real impact is through tangible things, like donating money. And don't get me wrong, money is essential. The problem is that the problem is that this world taught us that money is the only valuable form of transaction. But when you're in a protest, there's another, arguably more important form of transaction happening: hope. When you protest for a cause, you're giving hope to that cause. You're giving hope to those who are suffering. You're telling them, I see you, I hear you, you're not alone.
And the beautiful thing about the hope transaction is that it defies math. The more you give, the more you have. Hope spreads and multiplies. It moves through people, through communities, through generations. A single act of hope, a march, a protest, a conversation, can spark courage in someone miles away, someone you'll never even meet. And they, in return, might pass that hope along to someone else. And isn't that what love is really about? Love is hope in action. Love is showing up even when it's hard, even when it hurts. It's the refusal to turn away. This kind of love is radical. It's radical because it means going to the root of the problem. It means standing up against the systems and structures that make us feel small, that make us believe we're powerless. And it means refusing to give up, no matter how overwhelming things may seem.
As we gather here today to celebrate our accomplishments, more than 45,000 people have been killed in Gaza. Families were torn apart, entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble. Did you know that 90% of the school buildings in Gaza have been destroyed? That in July of last year, 39,000 students couldn't sit through their 12th grade exams? That since October 7, 2023, 625,000 children have been without education?
And yet, as this strategy unfolds, our program has remained silent. CharmEU, a master that prides itself on being the future of education, on creating future change makers, on upholding values of justice, equality, and diversity, has chosen not to take a stance. How can we become change makers if we are not educated about the things that need to be changed? How can we become change makers if we are taught to stay silent when staring at the most horrifying injustices of our time?
Silence, as Audre Lorde reminds us, is not neutral. Silence is a stance. To say nothing in the face of oppression is to stand alongside the oppressor. So, CHARM, and all the representatives of CHARM here, which side do you want to be on? How long will you remain silent? There are millions of Palestinians screaming for our attention right now. You cannot pretend not to hear them any longer. Love, in its truest form, is not passive. It does not stand by when there is suffering. It does not turn away when things are uncomfortable or complicated. Love does not simply wish the world to be better. Love actively seeks to make it so.
If the Palestinian people, in the face of an occupation and a genocide, can continue to resist, to fight, to hope, and to love, then so can we. Because love, radical love, is the most powerful thing we have. It's what allows us to keep going, even when it feels like there's nothing left to give. It's what reminds us that we're not powerless and that we're not alone.
So, yes, the world is exhausting, but don't let that exhaustion make you disconnect. Don't let it convince you that you don't matter. You do. Your actions matter. Your voice matters. Your love matters. And when you leave here today, we hope you'll remember that. We hope you'll remember that even the smallest act of love can carry a big amount of hope. The question is, What will you choose to do with your love? Thank you.
Thank you to Sara for writing the speech.
So I invite everybody to just stay exactly where you are with whatever you're feeling. Maybe you soften your eyes. Maybe you look at something out ahead of you. Maybe you let your eyelids flutter close completely if you're comfortable. Start identifying just anything that sits here in the body. It might help to notice any air that wraps around the skin. Maybe for us today, the tangible, the chair beneath us, the soles of our shoes give us something to lean on. We might have this sort of bubble, this space, this charm world. Right here, right now, we're enclosed. We've had so many moments physically apart already, starting in 4 locations. Mixing, matching, traveling by bus, train, car, and yes, planes. But each of us can always come back to our body from wherever we are. Simplify by taking a breath. Let's exhale whatever you're holding on to right now. And begin a slow inhale through the nose. Let it carefully release out. We inhale and feel something welcome in. We exhale and feel something create space. I invite you to imagine just one of the many, many feelings in the body. Sometimes there are no words. Maybe you assign it a color. Focus on that orb. Maybe it glows. Let that orb, that glow, this color expand with your next breath in. Maybe it moves or shrinks on your next breath out. Just like our students just reminded us here a moment ago. Things are not simple. You may feel so many different feelings,
so many different colors, but try and find that one to focus back on. You don't fear feeling that feeling right here.
And maybe taking this feeling or image or whatever is in your space of consciousness right now with us in these times of transition. It is a transition from this master to something coming up, or just a transition from this space to another. And maybe you want to take something with you in this transition. Your feeling or memory of the last 1.5 years. Or just something from the speech, hope, love, facing what is hard to face. Take it with you in this breath and maybe in the next breath. And maybe realizing that there's always like a opening and closing. Like in every moment, there's an inhale and we open up, and an exhale and we close. That you can decide to connect to that what is in yourself in every new opening, and also decide to close something. And that you're very free in doing that in every new moment in you. Feel also that, even with eyes closed, that people around you do the same in this moment, that you're not alone in these feelings and these transitions. That there are people who were with you maybe from the beginning of Charm, and maybe just you met them really in the end. And maybe that doesn't matter so much, but you can appreciate this kind of shared experience.
Just like we found ourselves several times separated from one hybrid screen to another, from one rogue trip to another, we can still bring pieces of ourselves in this bubble beyond to claim responsibility, to claim our space, and also know when to step aside, share the mic, share the power, and share in love. We're not scared of letting go, because we know we bring those pieces with us as we continue. So we invite you to close with us in 3 deep breaths. Now I know it's scary, but in these breaths, I invite you to exhale with an HA sound, a big something that fills this room. Are you ready? Exhale here first. Inhale through the nose, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. Inhale through the nose. 3, 2, hold on to something we carry and create space. And one last time. Inhale through the nose. 3, 2, 1. We're here with you. Exhale. You can carefully blink your eyes open when you feel safe and bring yourself back to the room. Thank you so much.
Difficult transition. Yeah, some transitions are well thought and some are not so much. I think this is one of the later one. But maybe something to take also with you is what the girls, especially Maeve and Luca, created for you, and they will show it to you, and you can afterwards get it. Yeah, and sometimes something went wrong. Okay, this I can maybe, yeah, maybe Maeve and Luca are coming here. Yeah, round of applause for Maeve and Luca.
We have no visual aid, but that's fine because it is pretty much immediately clear what we've done. If you haven't noticed us maybe cutting things out the past couple hours, we printed out some of our lovely WhatsApp stickers, and they are now real life stickers. So please come and collect them from our table in the corner on your way out. There's enough for 4 to 5 per person, and there are repeats. They're not all different. And then you have some nice ones and some less nice ones, so just try to grab a mix. Yeah, that's it. That's our big announcement.
Emily should close. Emily, you want to close? Okay. I think then I'm clothing it. It's okay. Yes. Thank you very much for your attention. I don't know whether some of Charm wants to close it officially for today. Other than that, I take over. And have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much. I'm not gonna close. I think Jonas already did great. Just one more announcement. So in the alumni session, can we not clap hands? So instead of clapping hands, you can do this if you want. Yes, so that would be really great. Okay, so only for the alumni session. Is that okay? Yeah, great. Thank you. All right, let's go home.